Check one, check one, two.
For the May 27th council meeting. I note that Councillor Thompson is not in attendance, and the rest of us all are. I'd like to ask the clerk to lead us in a moment of reflection.
May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Help us to be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, always having respect for others so that we may serve the people of our city in a helpful manner and for the good of all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Disclosure, pecuniary interest, and general nature thereof. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Worship. I have 8B7, 8B11, 8B5, and 2019-104 bylaw.
Thank you. And so if you can just fill out the form and give it to the city clerk. Anyone else? Seeing none. Public meetings. We have no public meetings scheduled for today. Number 5 is reading and confirmation of the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 13th, 2019, the special council meetings of May 14th and May 15th. Motion to approve. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Millette. Any discussion? All in favor? It's carried. So we have 3 deputations today. First, Ted and Kathy Rizko will present a song and presentation to council in recognition of the 75th anniversary of the invasion of Juno Beach, which is going to occur, the anniversary occurs on June the 6th during the Second World War. Mr. and Mrs. Rizko, do you want to come forward and just push that button to turn the red light on? Welcome. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Your Worship, the video explains itself. It tells the whole story, so there's no introduction needed. There's a few bars of O Canada on low volume at the beginning and at the end, only as background music, so you need not sing O Canada to it because it's not a complete song. So after, as a delegation, I have a conclusion approximately 23 seconds long, but in the meantime now I invite you, Your Worship, to direct your IT staff to press play.
Okay, we can do that.
shipped us back home in October. They arm us, the legless, the blind and insane. For them now, the fighting was over. And as our ship pulled into Halifax Key, I looked at the place where my legs used to be, and thank Christ there was nobody waiting for me. To grieve and to mourn and to pity. And they played the make-believe forever as they carried us down the gangway. But nobody cheered, they just stood there and stared. Then they all turned their faces away. On November 11, I turned on my TV and I watched the parade pass before me. I see my old comrades how proudly they march, within the dreams of past glory. I see the old men all twisted and torn, the forgotten heroes of a terrible war. And when the young people ask what are they marching for, I get a lump in my throat and can't answer. Now without the make-believe forever, the old men still answer the call. But year after year, their numbers get fewer. Someday no one will march there at all. And for the rights which you maintain, we're in your debt forever. I salute you, veteran, with your song, the make-believe forever.
Thank you. Your Worship, I have for you here pinned, a lapel pin. The Royal Canadian Air Force Association made a limited edition of these pins. It's a Spitfire with D-Day colors on it, and I have it here. You can pass it around via the councillors. And as a delegation, I may have exceeded my 23 seconds. I only have 2 words, which is thank you to my mayor and my councilors for respecting our veterans. Those watching this on TV will say, my municipal government cares. And now, Your Worship, I'm mentally prepared to be dismissed as a delegation.
Well, first, I want to just thank you for your help with us remembering. The invasion of Normandy was obviously the pivotal moment of World War II and really made the difference between success and failure of the Allied forces, and it was a major contribution that Canada made. Juno Beach is part of our history, and it's a history that was paid for in blood. So we very much thank you for coming. While I've got you here, I just want to, through this opportunity, remind everybody that on July the 28th, we are going to be having a rededication of the cenotaph because there are 3 additional names from World War I. Belleville never forgets our men and women who served, and we will be commemorating that on July 28th. And it'll include the first female to be added to the wall of memory there. So that's great. Councillors, any questions for Mr. Rizko? Thank you very much. I understand from a note from Councillor Culhane that Mr. French is in the audience and he wants to say something as part of this. Am I correct in that, Mr. French? You may as well. There's a microphone, and I know how fond of those you are.
I was going to make another point, but I won't. But I will remind you that on May the 29th in the evening, Eastminster, we're doing a tribute to the 75th anniversary of the invasion of Normandy at 6:30 p.m. Early Tipper and I are presenting a multimedia presentation. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Just one question, I guess, Mr. Rizko. Is this for us to keep?
That's a gift to you, Your Worship.
To me?
It's a limited edition, so I couldn't get it for all the councillors, so you're the one that should have it.
So we will share it. Well, thank you very much for your kindness and your generosity, but also for your keeping the flame alive. That's very important. So I need a resolution that the presentation by Ted Rizko to Council in recognition of the 75th anniversary of the invasion of Juno Beach during the Second World War be received. Moved by Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Kelly. All in favour? It's carried. Thank you again. 6.2, we have Acting Commander Major Joy Vandenberg. I think it's Honorary Colonel Leanne Quinn and Chief Warrant Officer Dean Stokes of the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment, who will make a deputation to Council. Please come forward. And am I correct in that the HL Colonel is Honorary Colonel?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good.
So initially, I'll be presenting the PowerPoint presentation alongside my commanding officer and Honorary Lieutenant Colonel, but in true military fashion.
Terrific. Thank you.
So, as you know, your local regiment is the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment, formed in 1920, and our lineage goes back to 1863, encompassing the World War I. And we're here today to talk about what we're going to embark on the 8th and 9th of July, next coming months. Oops. Well, that's not good. Malfunction.
There we go.
Okay, good. So before I talk about what we're going to embark on, I just want to enlighten you on our footprint with the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment. We have a garrison in Coburg, in Peterborough and in Belleville, which encompasses over 220 people in our regiment, which is a 60% increase in the last 3 years. We're the fastest growing regiment in Canada, and we have over 100 people in the Belleville region that parade at the Belleville Armories from the 220. So what we're going to embark on is quite a challenge. We're trying to circumnavigate the whole of our footprint on a ruck march, starting on the 8th of July, finishing on the 9th of July, over 2 days. 4 legs each day, 20 kilometres per leg, 160 miles in total, 100 miles, 160 kilometres in total, 100 miles. This is done to commemorate all of our fallen soldiers of World War II that marched over hundreds of miles in Sicily, Italy, Holland and France at the beginning of the war. And how we're going to do this is the Rook March over those 2 days. They didn't march all the way through Sicily. There was opportunity sometimes to have some vehicles, but I assure you, it wasn't all the time they had the vehicles. There was a lot of marching happening. So we're thankful for all the monuments and the commemorative highways that are in Ontario, and especially our cenotaph in the Belleville Armies, which, as you know, has got 31 battle honours on it, which is the most battle honours awarded to any regiment in World War II in Canada. My particular favourite is the monument on the bridge of the road, and we also have the cenotaph on Station Street. But what we're trying to achieve is get all of our regiment's lineage battle honours in the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment HQ in Belleville Armies, which includes the North West Canada, 1885, all of World War I, South Africa and Afghanistan, which are yet to be put on our colours, and we're going to do that by means of commemorative stones. We're going to get 5 commemorative stones. We're going to have World War I, North West Canada, South Africa, Afghanistan, and veterans in peacetime. Because I don't know if you know, Your Worship, all of the reservists that die in peacetime are not recognised tangibly on any stones anywhere. It's just World War I, World War II, Afghanistan, and so on. So what we're going to do is all the fallen HTPs of recent times, we're going to put onto a commemorative stone, which we hope to unveil on the 10th of July, which is held at Pacino Day, held at our armories every year to celebrate the landings in Sicily. We parade to our cenotaph from the doors, and we're hoping to lay the 2 stones either side of the cenotaph, and also the Highway Heroes campaign have generously donated trees to us to plant behind the commemorative stones. The last leg then of the Rook March finishes down Highway 62, commemorative highway to the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment. We're finishing around about 8 or 9 o'clock at night on the 9th of July, starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, between 14 to 16 hours per day. With that mean feast and that task ahead of me, are there any questions to my Honorary Colonel and my Commanding Officer, sir?
Great. Well, thank you very much. Any questions, Council? All right. Well, this is great news. Is there anything that the City of Belleville can do to assist more than publicizing your activity?
Well, actually, can I just give this yours? Your Worship, at the moment, we're still in the midst of our planning process. Once we have full authorization from our brigade to carry this out, we might have something that the city might be interested in participating in, but I don't foresee any support required from the city, sir.
Okay, right. Well, if there is something that we can do to assist, please let us know. The worst we can do is say, unfortunately, we can't do it, but we can't even say that if we don't know there's a need. So please be in touch with us. But thank you very much for your presentation, and thanks for your continued service to our community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you permit, would you be open to being presented with one of our coins from our regiment, sir?
Absolutely.
As well, I would like to present this picture of the 254th Battalion. This was actually something we were going to present 2 years ago, but we just never had the opportunity to. So having the chance now, I'd like to present this as the last surviving picture of the battalion as it was in 2017 in front of the armories. So this is for all the people of the City of Belleville.
Why don't we come over here and we can have the
Absolutely, sir.
council in the background, maybe?
Yes.
Does that work for you guys?
Mary. No, I'm just tip the top down a bit because we're getting reflect. Good, good. Thank you. Lovely.
I guess you're looking at me for one picture. I want a different angle.
I want one. I'll send you one, Kyle. I'll send you one.
Yours would be much better than that.
Okay, ours will be.
Okay, the two stones that you're adding to the cenotaph.
Afghanistan stone
Afghanistan.
and
Right.
veterans in peacetime.
Oh, yes.
And veterans in peacetime are 4 members of the Hasty Breeze at Cardiff in recent times.
And the,
Sorry.
oops, yep. Thank you.
Oh, sure, why not? Thanks.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much. That commemorative coin is making its way around. It's a limited edition, limited numbers. It's recorded as something that's important. So that's very, very, very nice to see. I have a resolution that the deputation by Acting Commanding Officer Major Roy Vandenberg, Honorary Lieutenant Colonel Leanne Quinn, and Chief Warrant Officer Dean Stokes of the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment regarding a 100-mile march on July 8th and 9th, 2019 to end at the Belleville Armories, commemorating the hundreds of miles our soldiers marched in World War II, specifically Sicily, Italy, and Holland, be received. Moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Millette. Any discussion? All in favor? It's carried. 6.3, we have Rob Clute, who is the Executive Director of Quintivation, who's going to come forward and make a deputation to Council. Good afternoon, Mr. Clute. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Welcome. Thank you for
very
coming
much.
today. I appreciate your working with us to schedule your presentation today.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. It's been almost a year and a half since Quintivation last addressed Council, and we appreciate the opportunity today to update this new Council on our vision and successes to date. So thank you very much. Quintivation is a not-for-profit organization focused on economic development from the viewpoint of the entrepreneur, or otherwise our local entrepreneurs. We are entrepreneurs leading entrepreneurs. This organization is made up of entrepreneurs to lead entrepreneurs. Our purpose, Quintivation exists to facilitate and encourage business innovation by entrepreneurs and thereby accelerate the growth of industries and sectors in the Bay Quinte region. Our vision is to make the Bay of Quinte the most dynamic rural innovation region in Canada by 2023. Quintivation has spent much of the last year working directly with entrepreneurs at all stages, whether early stage, just beginning to generate revenue, to companies that have been successfully running in Belleville and the Quinte region for over 20 years. And through that work, there's some commonalities that we've identified. First, many entrepreneurs feel that they will benefit from mentorship and coaching with other successful business people that have experience to share. Secondly, many feel that they would directly benefit from collaboration with peers who are in similar business cycles. And third, entrepreneurs feel that if they're able to organize and form industry associations, they're better able to address and solve challenges within their industries. So looking at those commonalities, Quintivation has taken on a new opportunity to help early stage entrepreneurs. And this is called WorkHub. WorkHub is our collaboration workspace that we've opened up in 250 Sydney Street where our offices are. Our vision was to create an entrepreneurial collaboration workspace that will serve the Quinte region, provide membership-based office space for startups, freelancers, and professionals, allowing them to focus on what matters most, their business. Offer unique custom programming that will enable entrepreneurs mentorship among entrepreneurs, inspiring ideas into actionable reality, and enable organic networking opportunities. Quintivation's WorkHub will become one of the premier collaboration workspaces in Eastern Ontario. WorkHub will allow early-stage entrepreneurs to collaborate, share challenges, and experience business programming to help them succeed in growth-stage companies. Mentorship programming for startups that will engage new entrepreneurs to become successful, and access to partner organizations that will help provide business coaching and planning. And looking at the greater Eastern Ontario area, so to our west in Northumberland County and Peterborough, There are 2 collaboration workspaces in Northumberland and 1 in Peterborough. And then there's also a number in Kingston, a newly opened one that just opened up called Fractal. So if you look at the orange area on the map, this is the area that our work hub is servicing. We're servicing not only Belleville, obviously, but south to Prince Edward County and up north into Hastings and Lennox and Addington. It's a huge opportunity. We're the only ones providing a space like this on a full-time basis, and we're really excited about this. And so Work Hub speaks to the ability for business collaboration amongst peers at similar business cycles and also creating that mentorship community, fostering business growth. The opportunity with Work Hub is that our business mentorship programming will help early stage entrepreneurs grow into much larger businesses that will be able to grow out of our space at 250 Sydney Street and begin to fill many of the vacancies in the downtown core and across Belleville. We are currently running this as a 1-year pilot program, but due to the success we've had already in the last 6 weeks, we're now making plans to expand this into a larger area within 250 Sydney to accommodate more entrepreneurs. So this is an exciting opportunity for us. We wanted to talk about it, and we can't wait to come back in a year from now and tell you how well we've been doing with it. The next program that we've been working on that I really want to share success with is called a Rev Up program. For those of you that don't know, this is our premier program that directly affects job creation, business development, and data collection in the Quinte region. The Rev Up program is a business accelerator, which simply means this program is designed to work specifically with businesses in growth stage that help them grow at a much faster pace than they would normally on their own through the creation of a deep dive action plan. We've been fortunate to partner with the Regional Innovation Center in Kingston called Launch Lab, and between our 2 organizations, we've determined how to benefit each other best. On Quinnovation's side, Quinnovation finds and determines the fit with organizations and clients within the Quinte region. And if we find clients that maybe don't fit the Rev Up program right now, we're able to actually refer them over to Launch Lab. Launch Lab provides Quinnovation with their entrepreneurs and residents, so their business coaches come in and they help us with program delivery. All in a whole, the 2 organizations are working together to create business growth and job creation through this regional partnership with experienced mentors. The Rev Up program itself is a 6-month program that's a deep dive into the companies to create a custom-built action plan and a statement of work. The team of entrepreneurs and residents provided by Launch Lab effectively work 90 hours in that 6 months with a company. It's high-level coaching for the founder and the leadership team. And this program is specifically designed for companies that are in growth stage and committed to high growth, that have strong innovative and/or technology business components, and are posting revenues of $1 million plus. We currently have a client in Quinte West that's doing over $10 million a year in this program. So they're finding value in what we're offering. This also is a perfect program for companies that have a strong management team in place. So some of the successes and the metrics of our program. In 2017, we started this as a pilot. We had 3 companies come in from Belleville that were technology companies, and this was the first run accelerator program in Eastern Ontario. Since the pilot started, we've had 2 of the 3 pilot companies come in for a second intake of Rev Up. Rev Up has engaged more than 25 companies to date, and it's made 18 referrals to our Launch Lab partners. We've now completed a total of 5 companies for 2018, and we'll onboard another 5 new companies in 2019. Rev Up has expanded to include not just clients in Belleville, but we're also working with clients in Quinte West, Frankfurt, and Prince Edward County. So we're moving fast with this. And these are the numbers that are really important. To date, since completing the program, the 5 companies combined have created 12 new jobs and have another 4 positions as yet unfilled. Total gross revenue for these companies has increased on average by 60% per quarter. So I'd now like to take this opportunity to introduce Michael Summers, who's the president of Nesda Technologies, who are also celebrating their 25th year in business this summer in Belleville, and who have successfully completed 2 6-month rounds in the Rev Up program, and have also taken a lead role in working with Quinnovation to form Quinte's first ever technology association, Quintech. Michael's going to tell you what about Rev Up and what it's meant to Nesda. Michael?
After you, Michael.
Hello, Your Worship and Councillors. I'm Michael Summers from Nesda Technologies. I get the pleasure of owning Nesda. We've been around for 25 years. We have 17 employees. We write software. We have data centers. We do development, and we have commercial packages. We run and write the software for over 200 community care agencies throughout Ontario. We also have some healthcare software and some volunteer software that we're just launching now. Part of what we've been able to accomplish has been very successful for the 25 years. We're very pleased with where we are. But about a year and a half ago, we got involved with the Rev Up program, and I can say that we're starting to grow exponentially right now. We're very, very pleased with the program and the success that it's brought to us. It's really provided those outside experts, that other point of view. Even though we knew what we were doing, we got some really, really great advice, and I would certainly recommend the program to anybody that's looking for that leg up. It really has taken what we already had as an established, well-done, well-performing business and accelerated it, just as he's talked about. We're certainly looking at, we've got a new contract that we're just exploring with New Zealand. We're also looking into the United States and other countries for some of our software exports. So from Belleville, we're able to provide a world-class company, and we're very, very proud of it, and the 17 employees we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So I'd just like to finish up by highlighting some of the benefits of the City of Belleville, the work of Quinnovation has been doing to support and enhance economic developments in the city. First, it's the creation of high-quality career positions in the fastest-growing tech-enabled industries in Belleville and the Quinte region. Also, engagement and growth of early-stage entrepreneurs to help guide them to healthy, consistent growth, to move them into available spaces in the downtown core and around the city. And finally, attraction of high-quality talent to fill the necessary positions available in our community, and letting the rest of Ontario and Canada know that Belleville is a place not only to visit, but to stay and do business with. And through our amazing networks of hotels, area attractions, and the business sector, that we can, as a city, support high-level growth in our rural community. Thanks very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clute. I haven't had a chance to publicly say this. Certainly I was supportive of it last fall, but the Rural Innovation Summit that you had last year was such a smashing success. And
thank you.
I want to thank you and Alicia and everybody that was involved in setting it up. It was absolutely Alyssa. Very spectacular putting it on. It was terrific, and we were happy to help out. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much. You've done a great job, and certainly since I've left, you've done a really fantastic job. So it's been great to hear your progress and what you're doing. In terms of when you talk about jobs, are you able to comment maybe just in a range of when you're creating jobs and the jobs you've created, what the ranges of that would be? Is that you talking about minimum wage? Is it starting positions, or is it jobs that are paying a little bit more?
No, these jobs are definitely paying more, and they're very sort of specific to the tech industry as well, because we've been working with a lot of tech companies, and the companies in the Rev Up program are, as we like to say, they're tech enabled. So we're not specific just to the tech industry, but we're looking at, if there's a farm that is using technology in a certain way that's innovative, and they're looking to hire somebody, it's fitting that position. So these aren't generally just minimum wage jobs. These are focused career opportunities for people coming in. So, the range is anywhere from potentially $40,000 to $100,000 a year, depending on what those companies are actually looking for.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, when I was there, we talked about clusters. So trying to find different clusters that maybe QEDC isn't looking at, or different clusters that exist in the Quinte region. What clusters have you found maybe new or existing that we have here in Belleville or Quinte that we don't have in other places in Canada?
Well, in terms of finding the clusters in this region, obviously, we look at it being a rural region, so we're looking for companies potentially in the agri-tech sector. So that's one thing. While Canada is largely rural, there aren't necessarily a specific associations for regional clusters like this. So agri-tech is one of them. Certainly finding the technology component to this area was a huge win for us. I think that we were able to find, through our networking, the right people to lead that, and then start getting our arms around, well, who's actually here and forming the Quintech Association. So those were sort of the two big wins from the past year. And we're looking also at potential for green tech and clean tech going forward. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And last question. I'm sure a lot of people ask this, what's the difference between you and Trenval and Quinte Small Business Center, and how do you really work together?
Well, the difference is that where Trenval is funding certain opportunities, we don't do a lot of funding. What we are doing is matching up high-level successful entrepreneurs with, right now, early-stage entrepreneurs. That's really kind of been our key component, is creating that mentorship program. Now, with the RevUp program, because it's a paid program, it's a different model. Right now, there's nothing in the Trenval or QEDC that does a paid program like that, so that's different that way. But it's also that we're really hammering in on the mentoring thing and bringing in successful entrepreneurs with early stage entrepreneurs. And where the Small Business Center does a great job at doing some early stage coaching, a lot of the mentorship that we're doing is very specific to what the entrepreneurs need. It's not just business plans, it's talking about human resource support. It's talking about how to actually grow your business and that sort of thing. So while we try to work in concert with Trenval and QEDC and try and enhance what they're doing, we're not here to duplicate any services that they're doing as well.
Great,
so,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else for any questions for Mr. Kloot? Well, again, thank you very much for coming today. It was very informative.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate the work that you were doing, and it's nice to have you bring Alyssa along with you. So, all right.
Thank you very much.
A resolution before us is that the deputation by Rob Kloot, Executive Director of Quintivation, regarding their new co-working space at 250 Sydney Street called Work Hub, and providing an overview of the RevUp program as it pertains to job creation in the region be received. Moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Culhane. All in favor? It's carried. There is no correspondence to receive today, and we'll move into Committee of the Whole. I need a motion to go into Committee of the Whole to hear and consider reports, passing of recommendations and resolutions with Councillor McCaw in the chair. Motion moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Millette. All in favor? It's carried. It's all yours, Councillor McCaw.
Thank you, Mayor Panchak. We will start with reports. The agenda shall include, under reports, items that warrant individual attention from council. And we'll start with 8A1, Phase 2A, various site work at 31 Walbridge Crescent, drainage, grading, and paving. Special Projects Manager Report Number SPM 2019-01. And the resolution reads, the tender submission from Fitzgibbon Construction Limited be accepted for the various site work, grading, and paving at 31 Walbridge Crescent in the amount of $730,000 plus $94,900 HST for a total amount of $824,900, this being the lowest tender received, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the acceptance agreement on behalf of the corporation of the City of Belleville, and that the city clerk be authorized to affix the corporate seal. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Any discussion or questions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question through you to Director Beauvais. Anytime I see one bid, I get a little worried about that. So a general question just to Mr. Beauvais. Is there anything on this project? I know that looking through the stats, we would have had 8 that weren't construction associations take this up. Was this just a special project, why we probably only got one submission in this case?
Through the chair to Councillor William, I think you should be asking that question to Joel Carbrandt, because I wasn't involved in the project, so I can't answer that for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Carbrandt, if you're available, could we have you come to the podium, please? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Williams. Yes, this job is fairly large. We did have a number of people look at it. It's fairly large, as well as we're going to complete it while it's occupied. Our staff are still going to be work there, so it adds a certain level of complexity. You know, a smaller firm may be able to come in and blast it and leave, but here we have to do it in 3 different phases, moving staff around and everything, with a fairly aggressive timeline. So I'm pretty sure that's why we only have one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I will call the vote. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, and the motion's carried. 8A2, Phase 2A, supply and installation of exterior cladding and overhead door at 31 Walbridge Crescent. Special Projects Manager Report Number SPM 2019-02. And the resolution reads that the tender submission from Absolute General Contracting be accepted for the supply and installation of exterior cladding and an overhead door at 31 Walbridge Crescent in the amount of $465,300 plus $60,450 HST for a total amount of $525,750, this being the lowest tender received, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the acceptance agreement on behalf of the corporation of the city of Belleville, and that the city clerk be authorized to affix the corporate seal. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Culhane. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Kelly. Any discussion or questions? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Bove, I think. I'm just wondering if we've ever used Absolute General Contracting before, and what was their experience with them?
I think, Councillor Sanderson, that might be
For Joel?
Mr. Carbrandt again. If he wouldn't mind coming back up, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, no, we have not used them, so I have no familiarity. I did phone their references and checked, and they were positive.
Thank you.
Councillor Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Carbrandt. I notice that we've got reasonably close between Absolute and Strong Brothers on this bid, but out of all of the bidders on this tender, we have quite a disparity between Absolute's bid at $525,750 all the way to $878,688. Now, I see some at the higher end are $611,000, $672,000 all the way to $878,000. Are you confident that the contractor can come in at that price at $525,750, or, you know, I'm just whenever I see that kind of a disparity, I go, okay, what do they know that the others don't, or are we, are we cutting corners?
Through the chair to Councillor Millette, the bottom 3 or 4 numbers are fairly close, which is a good sign of a nice competitive project for me. It means that nobody's walking away with anything, and that number is relatively close. The top 1 or 2 are a little bit up there, but overall I think it's a fairly competitive number.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion's carried. 8A3, Ward 2 Transit Service Survey. Manager of Transit Services Report Number MT 2019-07, and the resolution reads that pursuant to Manager of Transit Services Report Number MT 2019-07, Ward 2 Transit Service Survey, Council approved the distribution of the transit survey to Ward 2 residents in order to evaluate the transit service delivery options in Ward 2. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Sanderson. Any comments or questions? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the privilege of chairing the Transit Operations Committee, and this was also one of the items that I campaigned fairly heavily on, was increasing our public transit, expanding it. And so with a lot of support from Councillor Carr and Councillor Millette and the rest of the committee, we've developed a survey to be able to go out to the residents in Ward 2, and we're going to do that electronically. We're going to do it by mail as well. And what we're going to try and do is determine, A, the level of interest, the potential demand, the preferred routes, if you will, and then also the appetite in terms of funding the transportation. So that's really the basis of the survey. It's about a 12-question survey, and we're hoping that with all the input we get, we're going to be able to come up with a plan.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a question, perhaps through you to Councillor Sanderson, who's already on the committee, talking about maybe taking care of two birds with one stone. Was there ever a question about maybe adding a survey question about the existing taxi service? And especially what I'd be interested in is Ward 2 and their thoughts on how that service is and getting that feedback with the same survey.
Through you, Madam Chair. So are we talking about Uber and Lyft?
Sorry, the existing. So if we have, I know in here, if you're using a service or public, if you're using a mode of travel, and let's say 2E is selected as taxi, I'd be interested as a councillor to see what level of satisfaction do you have if you've selected 2E, whether that be good, great, terrible, etc.
Sir Sanderson, do you want to respond?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, through you. So no, this is public transit. We're not looking at private taxi service.
Councillor Williams?
Sorry, I'm not asking for private. I'm just asking for, is there a way to get satisfaction of that added under the survey? Because you're getting results, and if you had, again, based on what you're asking for surveys, you might be able to get an answer for that. Was that something ever discussed at the meetings you had?
No, it wasn't.
Councillor Carr, did you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Not that discussion there per se, and certainly appreciate the comments from Councillor Sanderson. And I don't want to sound repetitive, but this gives us an opportunity to investigate through council-sanctioned means. We also have to understand the important relationship we have with our transit union partners as well. And so, this is definitely a public process. And it also really gives us an idea, by going to every household, as Councillor Sanderson refers to, the opportunity to really gauge the true demand, the type of demand. We're fortunate with our transit service to have very creative options, including the on-demand service. And this may be something to expand. I know there was talk about Uber and what have you, and interestingly enough, Innisfil actually is going through some very difficult pains with Innisfil right now, and have actually had to cap ridership because the cost is becoming quite a problem. So despite the fact that there was lots of popular discussion about that in the past, it's actually proven, as far as a transit service goes, to be problematic on a number of fronts. So this here is very comprehensive, and then the committee thought it important to bring it to council and then get the endorsement to at least go out and investigate. This doesn't commit us to anything, but certainly will help the transit committee moving forward in terms of some viable options. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, Mayor Piaczak, sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCaw. I applaud the Transit Committee for doing this and bringing it forward in this way. I think we've learned an important lesson. Things have changed a lot in Belleville since 2015 when we did the previous pilot project where we had introduced transit service to Ward 2, and the ridership numbers just were not what they needed to be for us to continue the service. And I think a lot has changed. Certainly, I repeat what Councillor Sanderson and Councillor Carr have said about the need to evaluate this. This is an important service for Ward 2. I heard about it a lot during the election as well. People are looking for public transit in that area, and so what I like about this approach that we're doing this time, which is different from last time, is by sending out the survey, we're going to get a sense of interest. We're also going to do a better job of communicating the fact that we're going to be potentially introducing a pilot project. I can't tell you how many people told me after we had canceled the project, they didn't even know it was operating before, and that was part of the reason why those numbers were down. We also have a more enhanced communication ability within the City of Belleville to use social media and other ways of communicating the fact that the survey is out there, but also if we do a type of service that we can let people know about it more, so it can be used. So, I think this is a very progressive way to look at this issue, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results of the survey.
Councillor Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment as a member of the Transit Committee. I just want to say how important this is to our Ward 2 residents to please take part in this. Too often, surveys go unheeded. They're a nuisance. Everybody's busy these days. But in particular, I think what people of Ward 2 need to realize is that we're working to actually come up with something a little out of the box here. We understand that the area is not ideal for, a regular bus route per se, as we have, threading its way through urban areas of Belleville. In particular, question number 4 deals with specialized transit, and it has everything from accessible taxi at regular transit rates through to on-demand accessible community buses, et cetera. So, there's a little bit here for everybody, so I just really encourage people in Ward 2 to pay heed and take a moment to fill out this, because there's an awful lot of work going into it, and we are trying to make transit work in Ward 2. Thank you.
Okay. I guess if everyone's had their questions answered, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, ready. 8A4, Investing in Canada's Infrastructure Program, Public Transit Stream Bus Purchase. Manager of Transit Services Report Number MT 2019-08. And the resolution reads that pursuant to the Manager of Transit Services Report Number MT 2019-08, Reinvesting in Canada's Infrastructure Program, Public Transit Stream Bus Purchase, Belleville City Council endorse an application to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program Public Transit Stream in the total amount of $2,326,000, and that the 2019 capital budget be amended to add an issue for the purchase of 4 new transit buses in the amount of $3,172,000 to be funded by ICIP grant funding of $2,326,000 and Provincial Gas Tax Reserve Fund of $846,000. Could I have someone move that, please? Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Millette. Any questions or discussion? Councillor Culhane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Buck, if I may. I have an inquiry by email from former Councillor Boyce. Maybe we all got it.
I'll ask Mr. Buck if he could please come forward for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Edgerton Boyce is requesting, representing the Green Party, that asking if we have considered the purchase of electric buses to play a role in lessening the environmental footprint and reducing price eventually.
Through the chair to Councillor Culhane, that has always been an option, but until strategic planning has been completed, we are not taking the direction to move that way yet. Because this funding is only available now, and it could be a year before we can apply again beyond budget time, we're taking the opportunity to look at 4 regular diesel buses at this point.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Buck again, and just further to that, do we know, and I know that's been spoken before, just a lot of things we talked about, my memory's a little phasey, what is the cost savings of diesel maintenance of electric bus versus a diesel?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but it's considerable. It's in the tens of thousands over a period of a year in savings.
And did we look at and I think just our order on that, I know there's a strategic plan, but did we look at what is the cost difference between the diesel and the electric bus?
The cost difference for each individual vehicle is approximately $250,000 more for the electric. Where our considerable investment is going to come is in the infrastructure to make sure we have the charging stations and the correct type of charging stations for an electric vehicle if we move in that direction, which minimum $100,000 up to $1 million, depending again on the type of electric and what direction we go in.
Okay. And in terms of what they last, how long does a bus last for? How many years are we getting out of a bus now?
Out of the current diesel buses, we will be able to get 18 years of service. With an electric bus, nobody's actually run the full life cycle on an electric bus yet, but the anticipated life cycle is 20 years on electric.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sanderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to build on what Mr. Buck said and to partially respond to Councillor Williams. We have looked at the financial analysis, but we didn't do a full financial workup. I think the difference was something in the neighborhood of $60,000 a year. And so what that would give you is about a 12-year payback if you went with electric. But as Mr. Buck said, the infrastructure that we'd have to put in place to be able to go electric would ratchet those numbers up. So we will certainly be through the strategic plan and maybe even before asking finance to do a little bit of a workup for us. So this here, what's before us today, is applying for the grant through the funding. We're not making decisions on what we're going to purchase today. So it's just to get the ball rolling. But in terms of how we built up the application, it was on 4 diesel buses. And so just one final comment. Last council meeting, I sort of made the comment that we had the opportunity to buy one, get 3 free. And between transit manager Buck and our finance manager Ferguson, Brandon and Paul, they've actually come up with a way that we're going to use provincial gas tax money to pay for that city bus. And so therefore, $3.2 million, none of it is going to be taxpayer affecting. Okay, so thank you.
So I had Councillor Millette and then Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a statement on that. I will be supporting this because I want to make it clear to former Councillor Boyce and anyone else who's concerned about the department and our committee's goal to looking at all avenues of energy efficient and non-polluting means. We look at this almost every time. I can tell you at the last transit meeting, I personally brought it up asking about the same questions that Councillor Williams just asked. You know, what are the costs involved? What are the savings involved? It is on our radar. I want everybody to know that we're not just looking at perpetuating a fleet of diesel buses because they're the cheapest. We're looking at all avenues, including hybrid and or electric. So I just want everybody to understand that as opportunities arise and as financing is possible, we are looking at those avenues as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of questions, Mr. Buck. Can you give us just a quick recap how that electric bus did in the fall, when it was fall, early winter here in Belleville, just to jog our memories? And when's the last time the city purchased a brand new bus? Because when I look at these prices and when you load the bus up with everything, the cost per bus to the city, and I know we're going to hopefully get the grant funding, but it's $793,000. I mean, if you were to ask Joe Blow on the street and said, how much do you think that city bus is? I don't think they'd be coming in at $800,000 a piece. How many people deal these buses, or who makes them, or what's the deal on that too? So 3 questions.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Kelly. The first question in regards to the electric bus. We had that bus for 6 weeks, and we had it through the coldest stretch of the winter at the time. It was multiple days of minus 32 Celsius. The bus performed incredibly well. Heat-wise was good. We put comment cards on board for passengers to respond to. There were a few, as always, a couple of negative remarks, but over the 500 cards we got back, or well over 450 of them were all positive. And from a operations and a maintenance side, the bus performed incredibly well. We were very pleased with it. It worked very good. And to answer your question about the average person on the street, you're correct. They would never probably estimate a bus at that value. There are diesel bus manufacturers available to Canada, 3 that are the most popular. There's the Nova bus made in Quebec. There is the New Flyer bus that's made out west in Manitoba. And there are a couple of manufacturers in the States. Alexander Denison is actually now coming into Canada as well. They're still manufacturing in Scotland, but they are selling out of Ontario. There is a Canadian content requirement through the grant funding process to make sure that a certain percentage of the vehicles are either assembled or come from Canada. So that does limit some of the options that we can get for a vehicle. So there are realistically 4 that we can look at from a purchase perspective.
And the final question was, when's the last time the city purchased a new bus? Brand spanking new.
The last bus we purchased was in 2013, and that came from an order that was also included in New York City through Nova. I believe the bus was brand new, but it was purchased off of an overbuild for another manufacturer, for another transit agency.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one through to Mr. Buck. The grant spending deadline, is there a deadline attached to actually spending the money with the grant?
Once the money has been approved and we have been awarded the grant, we have 10 years to utilize that money.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Panchuk.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCaw. I don't have any questions for Manager Buck. I appreciate him being here, and I appreciate the work of the Transit Committee. You know, we are victims of our own success in the sense of we are seeing such an increase in ridership. And, you know, I know there was a little bit of controversy last week when we announced the transit fare increase, but that increase is not going to generate the $3.172 million that are required just to buy 4 new buses. And these buses will not... you know, when I say they're going to increase our capacity, we're already under-servicing the need. These buses are just going to allow us to sort of get caught up a little bit on that current demand. We're not going to be able to have huge expansions. As we continue to work on our system, we need to renew more of our fleet, and these are the numbers that we're talking about. I think Councillor Kelly makes a good point about the fact that it's $800,000 for a diesel bus. It's over $1 million for a non-emission bus, as we're looking at. And certainly we want to look at non-emission, and we will. Matter of fact, tomorrow at an Alexicon board meeting, I'll be discussing a project where electrical utilities are actually owning and supporting electric buses in municipalities and leasing them back. And so rather than us having to step up with a huge capital cost to acquire these buses, we can lease them from our own electrical provider. We use their money to be upfront. They provide the infrastructure, and we get the savings in terms of operations. So I don't know what the result of that's going to be, but there is interest and there is discussion, and we're working on it. And I think this is a good move. I hope that we can move quickly on actually getting approval and then acquiring the buses. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no other questions. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion is carried. 8A5, supply of a 78-foot quint ladder aerial. Director of Fire and Emergency Services Fire Chief's Report number FES-2019-01. And the resolution reads that Section 15, Request for Tender of the City's Purchasing Bylaw number 2017-234 be waived, and that Council authorize the purchase of a new 2018 demonstrator 78-foot E1 HP 78 ladder aerial S0 number 141816 from 1200 degrees Darch Fire at a cost of $1,100,000 plus HST. Do I have a mover? Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Culhane. Any questions or comments? Mayor Panchuk.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment, similar to the last issue in terms of what the public thinks about what things cost today. We're buying a used unit for $1.1 million. And, people often ask, why do municipal politicians, why are you always talking about money? Why are you always talking about what the budget impact and all these things? This is a capital cost that is necessary, and we all believe that we should have this very specialized aerial ladder that allows us to protect our residents and our citizens, but they do not come cheap. And so, here we are. We'll be 1.1 million plus HST on this one. It's necessary, but it also demonstrates just the cost of operating a municipality in today's Ontario.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you, through the chair. And yeah, just when we thought buses were expensive, we're in the wrong line of work, eh, Councillor Kelly? Through you, Chair, to Chief, do we get anything for the old one? What happens to the old unit when it's ended?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, fire apparatus are fairly specialized. They have a fairly narrow market for resale, and in the case of this aerial, the company that made it, although they were around for more than a century, they went bankrupt a few years ago. So we've actually had to have machine shops custom make replacement parts for us for the last few years just to keep the vehicle moving. That's why I've suggested that we consider donating it to the Hastings Prince Edward Training Tower in Trenton. That training center has entered into a partnership with Loyalist College to offer firefighter programs, and it would have very limited road use and would be usable in a training environment, but not usable in a response environment. So it would still be safe enough to use. I talked with some vendors about the trade-in value, and they were talking $5,000 to $10,000, which is basically how much it costs to take it to the scale at Kimco and get it crushed and get it sent up to make pop cans out of. So that's pretty much where they go. They go to a fire apparatus graveyard. Interestingly enough, the 1999 aerial we paid $800-some thousand for 20 years ago. So it actually hasn't gone up that much when you consider that one-ton pickup trucks are now $100,000. So it is expensive apparatus, but it does have a 20-year lifespan, and it certainly is a front-run apparatus that we use a lot.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Chief. Chief, just for our edification, could you explain the capabilities of this in terms of addressing high-rise fires in particular, and in particular to the high-rises that we have in Belleville, if you would.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Millett. for Quint aerials or aerials have quite diverse applications in the commercial, industrial, and high-rise settings because they can flow large volumes of water from an elevated position and also provide rescue opportunities for high rises. This aerial actually is several feet shorter than the one that the existing one, and when we put them side by side with one of our pumpers, it was almost the same length. So it's a very compact unit, and for those that have ever gone to Europe, you see how compact their fire trucks are simply because the street networks. And what we do find is this truck is front run, and obviously in the older parts of our city, the big platform aerial just simply won't fit. And we do have some dense occupancies, and we have some limited access capabilities with some of our taller buildings. So we find that this truck sort of, that's why it's a front run truck. It can do so many things. Even at initial house fire, it can provide. For example, the fire on Herkimer Avenue a couple of months ago, it was the ladder aerial that actually did most of the suppression work, which also makes it safer for our firefighters not having to go into the burning building. We can apply water from the exterior where we know it has to be a defensive fire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more question. In terms of reach, I think that's, some people are saying, well, is it going to reach the upper floors of our buildings? Is that addressed? Is this more capable than the one it's replacing?
Well, it's 3 feet longer. Which isn't much, but again, it's more about the elevated water stream that we can apply to protect exposures, like say the building beside, not just the actual building involved. Luckily, through good codes and standards since 1975 and constant improvements in the building code, is that high rises now are built that we fight the fires more or less from the inside. But we still have to provide emergency egress for firefighters because we may not want to really send citizens down an icy runged ladder aerial in February, but it can be a life escape route for the firefighters that are inside the high-rise building. So this vehicle, as an example, would easily reach 6 to 7 stories, and our platform area will reach 9 to 10 stories.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Anybody opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, 8A6, revised terms of reference for the Lighting Display Committee. The Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-20. The resolution reads that pursuant to the Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-20, Council amend the terms of reference for the Lighting Display Committee as outlined in the subject report. Can I have someone move that? Mayor Panchak, seconded by Councillor Millette. Any comments or questions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if just a question perhaps to Manager Post, getting the titles right finally. I'm pleased to see that Council's added on here, or the committee's added, the creation of new gateway and fairway or signage to the city, which I think is fantastic when we look at the east, west, north, and south, and even in Thurlow. Was this something new that came up, and was there discussion on committee on this specific item and what exactly it'll be covering?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, it was discussed at the committee, but this is a new addition to the committee, so it hasn't been discussed in any detail at this point. There has been some discussion around the council table for a couple of years around gateway signage, and it's hoped this committee will get that moving.
Fantastic, and that will also include, Queens highways like Highway 62, which has always been somewhat tricky over the years. Is that the idea?
There is the opportunity for the committee to make recommendations with regard to that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Millette.
Yes, further to Councillor Williams' question, as a member of the committee, I can assure that I believe, and through you to Ms. Post, I believe June 14 we're having an expanded strategic planning session for this particular committee to address our new roles. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Millette, yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and yeah, at that time, with these new responsibilities and job descriptions, if you will, we'll be fleshing out an awful lot more of that at that point. So, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Motion's carried. 8A7, Canada Day Fireworks. Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-18, that pursuant to the Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-18, the 2019 Canada Fireworks display at a cost of $25,000 plus HST be funded from the MAT Reserve Fund. Do I have a mover? Mayor Panchak, do I have a seconder? Councillor Culhane, any discussion? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, and I know this is a big initiative. I know that there was discussion a couple weeks ago on this and increasing funding for fireworks. I'm not going to be voting in favor for this, and just for the reason right now, I think that as the new ECDEV committee gets going, there's going to be strategic discussion on where MAT is, why it's there, and what it's meant to be spent on. It's not collected until July 1st, which means that the money won't even be in the city until at least August at some point, or August 15th. And I just don't really want to hamstring the committee yet on to where money's spent. I understand it's money and it's there and it's great, but what we hope to have happen is a strategic plan that talks about why it's there, what it's supposed to be spent for, and what are the measurables. And I know that that this is an event and it's there, but Canada Day is held in about 8 different places around the region. It's not very differential, and I know that we've had money before come from other sources, but I can't support at this point this coming from here until that committee's met, talked, and had some measurables set in place.
Councillor Millette.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Williams, I guess, on this. We had discussed this at the committee level. The $5,000, while not a significant amount of money, will make a significant difference in the display on that evening. In the last year's display, I believe, ran roughly 18 minutes. Now, when you consider we're bringing upwards of several thousand, 8,000, 10,000 people down to the waterfront just to ooh and ah for this event, and it really is a sense of civic pride when we have this display. 18 minutes, this brings it to, I believe, almost 24-minute long display. When you're bundling up the kids into the car and you're taking them down there and you're suffering through a night of, when's it going to start, Mom? 18 minutes goes by awfully quick. I don't want to quibble over $5,000 for the sake of a significant part of our Canada Day celebration, so I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Madam Chair, I too, like Councillor Millett, I'm on the lighting committee, and this is, we've been working hard. I think there's been 3 or 4 meetings already, and Canada Day's been the focus. We know it's coming up July 1st, and it is an opportunity for all of us to bleed red and white. I'm kind of taken back that Mr. Councillor Williams suggests that those in Belleville go to a different part of the Quinte area to watch a Canada Day celebration. It's an increase of $5,000, and as Councillor Millett mentioned, it's up about 24 to 25 minutes for the show. And I've had the pleasure of enjoying Canada Day fireworks in Belleville for years, and to see the thousands of people come, I'd like to keep them and celebrate in the city that we represent, as opposed to having them traveling off to Quinte West, Frankfurt, or Picton, because Belleville to them is home. Thank you.
Mayor Panchak, and then Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I certainly would echo the comments of Councillors Millett and Kelly on this. The reason why we are dealing with this is because we separated from the Chamber of Commerce Canada Day contract fireworks. And the reason for that is because of the uncertain pricing of it. And the Chamber really couldn't give us long-term pricing for the contract for special events without having a better level of assurance. So what we did is we just pulled it out, and we said that the City of Belleville would pay for the fireworks, the Chamber would be the event that it would happen at, and that the new terms of the Lighting Display Committee would allow them to be involved in the selection and make sure it's a good thing. So that's why it wasn't included as part of the Chamber of Commerce. And that's also why it's going to be overseen by the Lighting Display Committee. I believe that, again, I wouldn't want to be a person telling residents of Belleville that we didn't bring them fireworks this year because we didn't want to provide the funding for it, and that it was $25,000, particularly when you look at everything's important, I know, but this is one of those things that it's an emotional key. Councillor Millett raised the point, and it reminded me of taking my daughters when they were small, and absolutely, the mosquitoes are out and biting, and they're asking when is it going to be on, and when is it going to get dark, and whatnot, but afterwards, everyone loves it. It is a key part of the Canada Day celebrations. And, while we have other holidays during the year, we have Christmas, we have Easter, we have different things, Canada Day is for everybody. It's not just for people of a particular background or a faith or whatnot. It's for everybody. And so it's I think, the most important party of the year for us, and we celebrate it. I also think this is an entirely appropriate way to fund it. The municipal accommodation tax is collected to be able to provide more offerings for residents and visitors. And so this is, so many people come from out of town to Belleville to be able to experience the fireworks. This is a particularly a perfect way to spend them, and we're talking about $25,000. So I'll be voting in favor of it. I appreciate the Chamber and the Lighting Display Committee working together on this. I know that we aren't collecting these funds until July the 1st. However, this is amount of money that we can easily cover until the reserve account is established, and then it'll be an accounting a correction to make sure the funding comes to the right account. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I support the expenditure and certainly think that we should be funding this, and there's no risk of Canada Day being canceled in Belleville. However, the principle, and it doesn't matter whether it's the MAT Reserve Fund or any other reserve fund, right now that fund has $0 in it, and we're committing money where we don't have any funding there. And that's my biggest concern. And I know it's only $25,000. It's the only. And it's the slippery slope of, well, it's only this and it's only that. And, you know, we have a lot of rules in this place. We have those for those reasons. And we set budgets, we put money in reserve accounts, and then we allocate that money out. But if we start down the slippery slope of spending money we don't have, is a real problem. So my question through to finance staff, is there another funding source that could cover this expenditure until the MAT Reserve Fund actually has funds in it?
Chair to Councillor Carr, yes, we can cover that through general funds until the MAT funding is in place.
So I guess then can the resolution be amended to say that they be funded from general revenue? Mm-hmm. So I would make that amendment.
Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Millett?
If I could speak to it. Again, just not to beat the horse here, but it's the principle of making sure that we're spending money out of a reserve account that actually has money in it. And so, you know, I appreciate the suggestion, and I think on a go-forward basis, we can certainly consider that. I don't care what reserve fund it is. Right now, it's got a balance of $0. So taking it out of general reserves, that means we're spending money we do have, and it's allocated as such. It all comes out in the wash, but we're not spending money that is not allocated. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Councillor Williams?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. And just to reiterate, I'm not about cancelling Canada Day and not having fireworks. Mine is on the principle that it's the principle that, again, when we have money and we've got a lot of money coming in, it's got to be measured. We have to have goals, and we need to track it. And I think we've talked about that in budget. We've talked about that in everything we're doing, because otherwise, you know, we don't want to find another situation where we need to find money and it's gone. If we need money, and this money is meant to build something, we need to be making sure that that's set. There's principles in place and we're spending it. So not again about the loss of Christmas. And I understand when it came to the Chamber, one of the benefits we have at the Chamber as a private organization is that they were able to go out and raise corporate sponsorships for these kind of things, which is a great benefit of having the Chamber again on that events contract. It is fantastic. But again, that's just the principle here that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Councillor Culhane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm going to support this because Karen Post's report indicates that raising those funds is becoming more and more difficult, and I think increasing the fireworks certainly adds to our tourism and the attractions of the city. And for once, I'll be home and I can go down and see it myself, so I'd like it to be longer. Thank you.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. Did we say, this is to finance, did we say general revenue or general reserves? Because Councillor Carr said general reserves. I'm just curious if there's a difference.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, I would suggest that we use the Viridian revenue for the sake of $25,000 and that the funding be replenished from the MAT funding as soon as the funds are collected later in the summer.
Okay, so would we have to amend the motion to identify where the replenishment money's coming from? I think we should do that.
I would suggest we should.
Okay, so that's friendly amendment. If
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, so the funds will come from a lexicon reserve and then replenish the MAT. Yes.
With the MAT?
Yeah.
Okay. By the MAT? Okay, who's our seconder on that? Councillor Millett? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So is there any other comments before we vote on the amended motion? No, I'm not seeing any. So I'll call the vote on the amendment first. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried.
Motion?
Right.
So if I can just very quickly just clarify, because I originally, Councillor Carr wanted to fund it with another source. I think my understanding of the amendment is something that I'm good with. So we're going to fund it with a reserve account from Lexicon, and then we're going to, when we do have funds in the municipal accommodation tax reserve account, then we're going to replenish it that way. So I'm good with that, because at the end of the day, we're going to be using MAT funds for the fireworks, which I think is entirely appropriate.
So we voted on that. And that one's carried. So now we have to vote on the original amended motion. So I'll call the vote on that. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried. So we're on to consent items. Council may adopt consent items by one motion, but prior to consideration. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I did. Sorry. We'll go back. 8A8, additional funds for the family physician recruitment. Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives, report number ECDEV-2019-19, and the resolution reads that pursuant to the Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives report number ECDEV-2019-19, Council authorized additional funding for the 2019 physician recruitment program in the amount of $50,000 to be funded from the Viridian Lexicon revenue. Okay, moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Williams. Any questions or discussion? Councillor Culhane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a statement for the public, just to let them know that this municipality has contributed more than $10 million to health care, which is supposed to be a provincial issue rather than a municipal concern. And that is a good part of the reason why your taxes are higher than you would like them to be. It is out of dire necessity that we spend the money to provide the health care, and it's essential that we get more family doctors. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, then Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe this is a very good use of dollars. You know, walking around, knocking on doors in the fall, there was no question that we still have a lot of people in this town who do not have a family doctor, and it's very, very sad. It's a state of health care, I think, across the province, and this makes us a little bit more competitive. And just like Councillor Culhane just said, we're putting a lot of money into this to be competitive, to get doctors. My question to Manager Post, if I could have her come up, just a couple questions. One is, we have how many physicians we've been successful with, 32 family doctors. How many of those doctors are still in the city? So we've had 32 come, and I know this is also competitive. We do get a 4 or 5 year window with these doctors that they have to stay, but how many of those 32 do we have a number that are still in Belleville?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams. So our agreements with the family physicians require that they provide a return of service to the City of Belleville of at least 5 years. All physicians that we have signed have fulfilled their 5-year commitment. Nobody has left without fulfilling their commitment. I didn't bring the numbers with me, but I'm going to say we're in excess of 20, I'm going to say around 28 physicians that have remained.
Okay. Second question, and this was something that's come up, besides looking at shortages of doctors, an alternative for some communities, and here as well, are nurse practitioners. Have we looked at that as an option? Is that something that other communities are doing? We do have a great nurse practitioner clinic. Is that something we've looked at in terms of this program and expanding it?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, yes, we have. So we did some extensive investigation into the opportunities with nurse practitioners, and we even talked with the Nurse Practitioners Association of Ontario. The challenge for Ontario is not the availability of nurse practitioners. There are a number of nurse practitioners out there. The challenge is finding funded positions for them. Doctors can bill OHIP directly. Nurse practitioners cannot. So they have to either be in an identified funded position that's been created by the province, or they have to find a physician who is willing to sort of pay them through their earnings, which is a real challenge. for us, and we did a fair bit of lobbying about 6 months ago around encouraging the public to talk to their local MPPs about changing the system for nurse practitioners, because they could easily handle a number of the patients that we have orphaned in this community now. The challenge is that there are not enough funded positions for nurse practitioners. We have quite a few of them in the community. I believe every funded position is filled with a nurse practitioner. We just need a lot more funded positions.
And do we know offhand, just looking at targets and strategic planning, do we know how many residents are still without a nurse practitioner or doctor in this community?
It's a challenge to come up with a specific number, but we do know the wait list through Healthcare Connect. There's over 3,000 people on it. The Community Health Center has at least 2,500 people on their list, and then we know there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other folks who aren't on any list that are in need of a family physician. When you add to that the number of patients we know are going to be orphaned by a couple of retiring physicians in the community, we can see that our numbers are starting to climb.
And doctors are taking less patients now than they did in the 80s, is that correct? That's something we're seeing?
I'm not sure that that is necessarily the case. Every physician's patient load is different. I mean, even long-standing physicians, you'll find some that have 1,000 patients, you'll find some that have 5,000. Certainly new physicians, when they start their practice, they don't start with 2,000 patients, they start with 500. Typically, that seems to be about the average. That 500 grows over time, as it did for our long-standing physicians. So when a long-standing physician with 3,000 or 5,000 patients retires, a new physician coming in will likely only take 500 of those patients initially. So for every long-standing physician we lose, we need, 6, 8, 10 physicians in order to take up their patient load.
Well, thank you very much. And I just want to have maybe a comment to the CAO, to Mr. Kester. I know we're continuing in strategic planning. I know in this report it does have that direction from council. Would appreciate in terms of whether the city would like to see the program expanded, and perhaps to your worship as well. If we can add this to some of those talks to have at least some initial discussion, maybe around doctors, nurse practitioners, that would probably be helpful as we go forward.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Madam Chair, a question for you, I suppose. Reading the report, and thank you for it, 32 doctors, and how many years has that now been, 32 doctors?
I believe it started in 2008.
Okay, so we're looking at 11 years.
Yes.
Do you work closely with area high schools where we actually go in and speak to students that may have an interest in health sciences? To say this option is out there for you? Because I know some of my colleagues have said they heard this at the door while campaigning. Well, I'm here to tell you, I hear it weekly. I don't go a week without a family saying, I need a doctor.
Through the chair to Councillor Kelly. We do not go to area schools and advertise our program, but we do work with all of the universities in the province to make sure that the medical students are aware of our program. We also work with the Local Health Integration Network to make sure they're aware of our program, because they deal with all medical students in the province. And we also work with our existing physicians to make sure that they're encouraging students and making them aware of the program.
Okay, one more. Just to kind of bring it to reality, what families are doing. Last week, I know a young lad had to go to the clinic. It opened at 6, and when he got there, the office staff said that the doors have been open since 3 p.m. and they were literally lined up the door. And it's the stress of those waiting to get looked at by the doctor. But think of the doctors, the stress they're under, where they may have left their clinic and it's 6 o'clock at night and they're open till 9:30. The reality is the whole system is under chaos. So I'll be supporting it. We can always do more, and hopefully we're successful with this, because we talk about a lot of different things here about, measurables. At the end of the day, our social programs have to be stronger, and part of that social commitment is getting doctors to come to our area. So continued success.
Thank you. If I could just comment around the reason for the report. We very much sort of have to fish while there's fish in the pond, and right now there are a number of physicians that are very interested in Belleville, which is why we're asking for some additional funding. We do feel that 2019 is a year that we might be able to attract more than our standard 2 physicians. There have been years where there were very few candidates that were looking at this part of Ontario. So council support of the program for 2019, I think, is really going to help with that issue. We were able to sign 8 family physicians in 2018, which was a record for us, and we hope that interest in Belleville continues. Mayor Panchuk and I met today with 6 students, first-year med students, and planted the seeds that Belleville would be a great opportunity for them to practice. We made them aware of the family physician recruitment program, and we're hopeful that some of those folks will come back to us as they get closer to the graduation time.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Culhane and then Councillor Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a, pardon me, a comment. Nurse practitioners could satisfy a huge need if they had the right to practice independently. They don't have that right, and until it's granted, I don't see the problem improving. I see the problem becoming worse and worse and worse. I can name you several doctors who would like to retire but will not leave their patients, and their patients have their huge numbers. Recruiting it's been a great thing. It simply cannot meet the need as the need is growing exponentially. So I don't know what the solution to that would be, because it's the category of nurse practitioner was a very long time coming. A very long time coming into existence and being accepted. And I was involved in the current nurse practitioner clinic, the setting up of that, and delighted when it came to pass. And at the time, it was one of 25 clinics promised by the Liberals. And to the best of my knowledge, one opened in Sudbury, and this was the second one. And I don't know if any others ever opened after. But they could solve the problem. The doctors and the nurse practitioners, if they could just get together and decide how to make them self-regulating and independent practitioners, we'd be away to the races. Thank you.
Councillor Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Ms. Post. Belleville at one time was a leader in this, and we were, this was, we had established this as nobody was recruiting physicians in the manner we were. My question, I guess, is how competitive is it now? I know that other municipalities have taken our lead on this, and now, how competitive is it, I guess, for physicians, other municipalities using this method of attracting doctors to their community?
Through the chair to Councillor Millett, it continues to be and is growing to be a more and more competitive field. Lots of communities will pay to poach doctors from other communities. This council has always taken the high road in that they would not do that. Other communities have as well, so these medical students are much sought after by a lot of communities in the province. One of the challenges we also have is that not every Ontario-educated doctor stays in Ontario. A lot of them are lured away into the U.S. With very lucrative salaries and benefits packages. So we're not just competing with communities in the province, we're competing with communities in North America as well.
Okay, Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Ms. Post. If we could wave a magic wand, how many doctors would we like to have, new doctors? Do you have a sense of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, if we had a magic wand, I would like to see 30 new family physicians in this community today.
Okay, so the problem's bigger than the 2, and it's bigger than the 2 going to 4. So in as much as this will use up all the Viridian lexicon funds for this year, should we be, and maybe this isn't the right time for the discussion, but should we be considering topping up that doctor recruitment fund from some other source. I'll just throw that out there. That is to get more doctors.
Does anyone want to answer that, or do we just want to leave that floating in the air for now? Oh.
Through the chair to
Dr.
Councillor Sanderson. We have looked at this quite extensively in the last day or so, and based on the funding that Council has already provided, both in 2015 and again in 2018, and with the provision requested today, we should have enough money in the fund between now and 2025 to attract 17 more doctors. So I think the maximum that we're calling for from the Viridian Dividend Fund is approximately about $500,000. So at that point, we'll be using approximately 50% of the Viridian/Alexicon revenue that we normally generate in a year, and that's based on past experience. So we're getting very close to using approximately half the money. The rest of it's being used for other healthcare initiatives, donations to Quinte Healthcare, donations to Kingston General Hospital, and then a number of other initiatives as well. And the balance, we try to scrape some of it left for capital projects. So it's highly in demand.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, I will call the vote. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion is carried. And now we'll move on to 8B consent items. Council may adopt consent items by one motion, but prior to consideration of such motion, members may request that specific items be removed from consideration under such motion, and Council shall consider such items individually. And I'll start with Councillor Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 8B8 and 8B11, please.
Okay, Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you. 8B1, 8B7, 8B8, 8B10, 8B11.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. AP5, AP7, AP8, and AP11.
Councillor Culhane.
No, thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
No, thank you.
Councillor Carr.
8B8 and 8B11, please.
Mayor Pinchuk.
Mine have already been identified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that the following agenda items be approved with the exception of items 8B1, 8B5, 8B7, 8B8, 8B10, and 8B11. Can I have a motion, please, for that? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Sanderson. All in favor? Okay. So okay, we'll start with 8B1. Councillor Sanderson's.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have to read it. I'll read it first. Okay, I'll read it and get it over. Okay, Facade Improvement Program, proposed grant allocation for 15 Campbell Street, Belleville, Ontario. Policy Planners Report Number PP 2019-39. And the resolution reads that the grant allocation for 15 Campbell Street recommended by the Facade Improvement Committee as set out in Report PP 2019-39 Facade Improvement Program, proposed grant allocation 15 Campbell Street, Belleville, Ontario be approved subject to the requirements of the Facade Improvement Committee, and that the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the commitment agreement with the grant recipient on behalf of the Corporation of the City of Belleville, and that the City Clerk be authorized to affix the corporate seal. Okay, I'll have Councillor Sanderson move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Culhane? Okay, Councillor.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The 20,000 that's being allocated, how much is the total project worth?
If I could ask Director Beauvais, do you have an answer for Councillor Sanderson?
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, I'm not aware of the total project budget on it. Typically, the amount the city provides can't represent more than 50%, I believe, of the total project, up to the maximum that are in the program. So in this case, the project would be in excess of 40,000.
Councillor Sampson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So in the report, it takes the time to tell us how much is available to spend this year. It takes the time to tell us how much is available after we spend the 20, but it doesn't tell us how much the project is. So I'd like to know how much the project is.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, discussion on that? Councillor Millett.
Yes, as I understand, and I understand where my colleague is coming from, that this could very well fund the entire cost of the project. In the spirit of this, if I recall when it was created, it's regardless of what the cost is of the project. If it further enhances the facade or buildings in the downtown core, that's the aim of it, regardless of the cost of what the person is planning to do. So I will support this, but I fail to see why that should be an issue, because $20,000 to improve, and this building is historically significant, aside from the fact it was the office lair of the former mayor, George Seguras, but that's another story. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Councillor Sanderson.
So I'm not suggesting the work shouldn't be done. I'm just trying to understand how much we're committing to it versus how much is being spent to undertake the work.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, and I'm not the committee chair, but on the committee, and I know that when it was originally pitched, and this is maybe just a recommendation to Mr. Deming, he did have that in the original proposal, and we did have it. I don't have it on me, but I think for reports to come to council, we just need to make sure a little bit more detail, and that would be possible. I think that would satisfy my colleague.
Yeah.
If there are no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. All right, so 8B5, I need a mover for that. Councillor Culhane, seconder. Mayor Panchak, any discussion on that motion? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Motion's carried. So before Councillor Williams gets comfortable, I'm going to move on to AB7. All right. AB7, Mission Transportation Restrictive Covenants Removal. Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-17, and the resolution reads that pursuant to the Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-17, that the Mayor and Clerk be authorized to sign the required documents to release the property described as PIN 40520-0443 LT from certain existing covenants in favor of the City of Belleville, and that a bylaw authorizing same be prepared for Council's consideration. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Carr. I have Councillor Sanderson. Did you have?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I have a question for Ms. Post, if she's still here. So in the body of the report, it mentions that there's a concern on the covenants, and that we're willing to waive them because we've made an assessment that there's little risk because what's happened so far is once the development is initiated, site plan and building permit approvals and initiation of development has occurred, there's little risk. So why wouldn't we just change the process if there's little risk?
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson. This rarely happens. I think we've had it happen once before where a mortgage company will not register or release funds from a mortgage because of the covenants that we have on title. Now that it's happened a second time, we thought it was a bit of an anomaly the first time. Now that it's happened more than once, we will speak with our solicitors about rewording our covenants to make sure we're protected, but that it doesn't interfere with an investor getting the funds to build their project.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion or questions? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. HB8, Memorial Arena costing for a new ice pad and renovations. Director of Recreation, Culture and Community Services report number DRCCS-2019-08, and the resolution reads that the City Council receives RCCS Director's Report DRCCS 2019-08, Memorial Arena costing for a new ice pad and renovations. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Culhane, seconded by Mayor Panchak. I believe I started with Councillor Millette first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to. It's a detailed report. We've seen the numbers. It's been in the press. A number of people in this community are, and it's a small number, frankly, are quite passionate about someday restoring the old glory of the memorial, which unfortunately, like it as not, that ship has sailed. If you don't believe the $23 million number, there's some conspiracy theorists out there who believe that so-called council-paid lackeys are larding the numbers here. That's not the case at all. Let's face reality. It's a building that was built in 1922. These costs, if you ask me, are conservative because we have, as pointed out by Director Fleur, their unknown roofing design costs, unknown restoration of exterior brick, exterior walkways and sidewalks surrounding the building. Listen, it's not an easy or cheap thing to do anymore to bring a 1920s era building up to 2019, 2020 standards. I will be moving to accept this report. You can discuss the future of this going forward all you like, but unfortunately, the future of this building as a functional hockey and or skating arena is far from dim. It's out. That light is out. Thank you.
I have Councillor Sanderson in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple thoughts. First thought is on the dollar value at $23.6 million. It sounds excessively high to me. And when I think of the work that's being done at the police station for $21 million, the number just doesn't ring true for me. The second thing that I note is that there's a comment in the report that, and certainly we had heard this earlier in the year, that there had been reductions in ice rentals. And the report is suggesting that the need for another formal indoor ice surface in the inventory is not recommended by city staff now or in the foreseeable future. So there's sort of two dynamics at play. One is we don't have a need for it, and two, whether the 23 million is the right number or not, it would require a significant investment for the city. So I guess my view is that I'd be hard pressed to support that sort of investment, but really the discussion for today is just to receive the report, and certainly I'm in favor of doing that.
Okay, I have Councillor Williams next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I echo my colleagues' sentiments. I think this building has had its day. I think it is exceedingly high and something that council can't afford and the city can't afford. My question to Director Fleur would be, what covenants do we have in place for the heritage component of this building? So if this were to have another use, what's in there right now that is protected for other uses of this building?
Director Fleur or Director Beauvais?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, the heritage designation currently on the building really speaks only to how the building was used and what it was named for. There's no physical attributes that are protected under the heritage designation, so that's not an aspect that really comes into play. It's a designation that simply recognizes it for what it was and what it was used for.
So if council were, sorry if I can still through the chair, if council were to have a use come up where it called for the demolition of this building, would that be something that's possible, or is it something that that we need to be looking at in some aspect?
Well, it would certainly be possible. There's no doubt about that. You would want to look at how to protect that designation in the future in terms of continuing to recognize the historical nature of what was there and what it provided to the city over the course of its lifetime.
Okay, and I'm looking at other similar cities that have had buildings, like Halifax has a Garrison Brewery right on the waterfront. Looks almost exact same. It's something that you could look at and say, wow, that's kind of neat. But, you know, they have maintained the exterior outlook of the building. Inside has the brick. I would strongly suggest that if we are looking in the future, we would maintain some historical significance while having enough leeway so entrepreneurs perhaps could look at different uses, whether that mixed residential, commercial, and others. In terms of just, and maybe this is for Director Fleur, in terms of where this, in the last 5 years, there's been discussion of other uses of this building, what kind of I guess, proposals have we looked at, and then perhaps to your worship or the CEO, Mr. Kester, what are next steps if today, just to know information so that this property could go back out to tender?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Williams. The process has been mapped out through the Planning Act, and there are a number of processes that can be taken by council in terms of where it wants to go, but it's been listed, identified surplus to needs, and therefore that process is underway. It's had a number of iterations over the years. There's a subcommittee that was created. We went out to an RFP. We've received some documents. In the meantime, there's been some recent submissions, and they've been tabled at this point, waiting for this new council. However, with all that said, this council has the ability to set that that path into motion in terms of where you want it to go, and it's entirely up to you where you want to go with it. Also, to your point of where Director Beauvais was speaking, there are a couple of other facilities in Ontario that are being demolished that have also the same designation from a memorial perspective, and as Director Beauvais said, those are things that each community will address and deal with it as its council and its citizens decide how to do that.
Okay, I have Councillor Carr next, and then Councillor Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to spend a lot of time speaking on it. The report kind of speaks for itself, but just I know in the conversation that's been had out in the public, and there's been reference to an arena project in Minden, and and that one is about half the cost. But in reviewing that, and actually Director Fleur provided council with some background information at my request. Let's talk about a complete demolition of a 1970s era arena and a complete rebuild. And so you're not exactly comparing the same type of building. We're talking 1920s, and then also if you want to salvage the building and some of its historical significance, there's cost, because then there's certainly a lot more delicate approach to the construction. As I look as a photo of the Minden Arena being destroyed by a wrecking crane, if you will. So it's one thing to completely clear a site and start from scratch. And that actually ended up costing an extra $2 million in demolition costs. So the two don't necessarily compare, because this is trying to put this 1920 era building back into operation. And sometimes we inherit legacies, if you will, and new councillors will discover that as they go forward, and have already. This is one of those legacy issues that has sat for some time. Some may argue it perhaps maybe is the third rail that nobody wants to touch. But the reality is we have to make some responsible decisions, and this at least provides us with a basic understanding of the cost. I do have one question, though, through to Director Fleur. What would it have cost to get a cost consultant to provide us the estimate that you did today?
Director
Just
Fleur?
ballpark it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Carr. Unfortunately, we're talking about an arena, not a ballpark. Sorry, that was a joke. I can probably suggest, though, that to be in the range of tens of thousands, in that range. Not how much, I don't know exactly, and because it depends on the scope and the depth, because a cost consultant can only provide you the results and information depending on the information they have to work with. And in the case of this, I've taken a scope of this project by assumption, as you can read by the details, so you can remove things or add things if you'd like. So nothing set in stone, more brick in this case, but certainly you can look at it plus or minus. A cost consultant will require some more information in order to give you a cost that would be more accurate, and it would also require a decision on council's part, if so directed, to decide on the scope of that project so they could provide that cost. And then they could then estimate what it would be to provide that cost. So there's a lot of work to do before we could even put a number to a cost consultant, but it certainly wouldn't be cheap. And some of that costing I've included in the report under Schedule A, where I looked at the pre-construction costing, and it's been outlined in that report. And those are some of the costs you can look to for an engineer and architect. A lot of that was done in the Yardman Arena project, so we went out and looked at feasibility before we even put a shovel in the ground, and before we presented council with options moving forward. And that was to look at the bones of the building and look at what was there. We do know a number of things, but there are a number of things we do not know, and that the cost consultant would have to know that in order to put numbers to that. And they would have to then have an idea of the scope before they can give you a price to provide that price. If you follow that, sorry.
Thank you, Director and Madam Chair. And that's the other issue too, is we could be spending tens of thousands of dollars to get a more precise figure, but that doesn't take away necessarily from what staff have provided and the director has outlined in his report. And certainly, given the fact that we've gone through the former Yardman Arena, the CA Arena process, these figures are pretty. What I would suggest are pretty reasonable at that level, just simply because that exercise has just been done. And obviously then when you take in the uniqueness of the building and some of the, if we were going to try to salvage elements of it, that does add to the cost. So, I certainly appreciate the detail that's gone into this report. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Millette.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I know I've spoken on this. I just wanted to make one thing clear, and the words come up a few times around the table in this discussion. the D word, demolition. I just want everybody to understand that we're in no way, shape, or form, and nowhere in this, aside from demolition and disposal of the floor, or I should say floors, because I think if anybody knows, there's more than one floor under that rink. We're not talking about that, and I think many of us around this table would be the first to chain ourselves to a bulldozer if anybody suggested a brick on that building would be harmed. So let's just not. We're receiving a report that had been asked for by council because there had been considerable discussion by, again, a small portion of the community that still clings to the faint hope that that arena can somehow, still rise to its former glory as a hockey barn. I hate to break it to you folks, but that ship is long gone. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Culhane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my points have been covered. I just would like to say that I would like nothing better than to see the old arena brought back to the way it was. It has such history, personally and for the community. The few people in the community who have tried long and hard to bring it back as an arena, I'm sorry that they will be disappointed. However, they are not in the chair safeguarding as best we can the funds that the taxpayers give us to spend. We simply cannot spend that kind of money. Thank you.
Mayor Panchak.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And I think we've had very good discussion. I don't want to belabor, but I do think it's important if I can just recap the process that we're at for those that may not be familiar. In December 2010, the cooling system, refrigeration system for the floor in the Memorial Arena failed, and it has not been in use since. We've had a couple of special events that utilized it, but it has not been in place. The council elected in 2010 made some inquiries and chose not to proceed with repairs. They struck a committee. They had some discussion about what the possible use could be, and with no disrespect to them, nothing was done for that. The last council that was elected in 2004 inherited this. There was no discussion about the future of the memorial for 3 years. And then suddenly there was a process where the Memorial Arena was put up for sale and offers were taken and nothing was completed because that 2010 or 14 to 2018 council went into lame duck status and weren't able to do it. This term, our council, we received a request from Heritage Belleville for an understanding of what exactly did the heritage designation of the Memorial Arena mean. And that was referred to staff, and Director Fleur brought a report in which he outlined some discussion on it. And at that meeting, we said that before we can make any determination about what parts of the building or whatnot should be deemed historical, we should have a refresh of the previous estimates on bringing the Memorial Arena back into an ice-in facility. And today we have the fruits of that work, which is the report itself. Now, I recap the process because part of the criticism that we were aware of, and we wanted to go through this process to make it very transparent, part of the criticism was that the information contained in the consultant's report about the Memorial Arena was kept confidential and kept from the public. Well, we received that report, and it is now a public document for anyone to be able to see it when we did that. The other issue was that the City of Belleville, while we didn't want to invest the money to upgrade the Memorial Arena, we also were conspiring to ensure that no one else from the private sector could step up and make that investment. And it's difficult to be able to, have a discussion when people are accusing you of holding information back and not being truthful or whatnot. Well, we have a costing, and now I'm hearing that some people don't like the costing. They say it's inflated, and it's not right, and it's too much, and whatnot. Well, going forward, I think we should receive the report, but I also will make a recommendation that we open up the opportunity for those in the private sector to come forward to look at taking on this project, investing their capital, and operating it as an ice-in facility, because now is the time for people to step up or step away. The Memorial Arena is a beautiful facility. It's got historic and community history. It is something that we all cherish. But it is also a 100-year-old building that is very expensive to have to retrofit and to upgrade. You know, Director Fleur has put out a roadmap of all the things that need to happen. You know, and I know some people may think that he's overestimated. In some areas, he has not. But, you know, it is a lot less expensive to demolish and build a brand new structure, as communities of Goderich and Elliott Lake are dealing with right now, when they have facilities that are 50 years or younger that they're dealing with. You know, we have a 100-year-old building. The building code today is vastly different. The public safety considerations that we have are vastly different. The equality of people who have accessibility issues, or people that have gender differences, or they even have transgender. These are all realities that they did not deal with 100 years ago when the Memorial Arena was built. And so if someone wants to come in and invest their capital, it is not just to take over the building and put it in a new ice surface and say that's it. No, it's going to be the whole kit and caboodle in terms of dealing with it. We need 5 new dressing rooms. The whole area needs to be gutted and then rebuilt, from wiring and plumbing to the furniture. This has to be safe. It has to be, from an accessibility point of view, it's also got to be constructed with safe materials. And it has to have all the amenities of a modern facility while you're trying to do that on a 100-year-old footprint. So, you know, my recommendation today is that people may quarrel with the price tag, but I don't think anyone is going to quarrel with the fact that the city of Belleville cannot invest these funds. We just don't have them. You know, we're talking today about doctor recruitment. You know, that's a critical thing. We're looking at a minimum of 35 doctors, as Manager Post has said. You know, we can't take those funds and put it into this. But if someone else wants to, then I'm all ears. So my recommendation is that we'll receive this report, and then if it's in order, I would make a motion that for a period of 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, I'm not sure, but a period of time that members of the public, and including you know, Ms. Burkett and the supporters that she claims are willing to step up and make an investment, they will have an ample amount of time to come forward and to put their money where their mouth is and step up, as I said, or step away. And at the end of that time, if we do not have a qualified, legitimate offer to take over that facility, to invest the capital and to operate as a ISIN facility, then we as a council will take the next step, which is to find different uses. But you know, I thought it was important just to recap and to explain this, because you know, we are ensuring that everybody understands at every step of the way what the decisions are before us and how we'll do it. So if it's in order, I would, after we do this, I'll introduce that motion. Thank you.
Okay. It looks like we're finished with discussion, so I'm going to call the vote on this motion. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion is carried.
Madam Chair, and if I wonder if I can seek direction from the City Clerk, I believe it's in order now at this time to make a motion that would basically say that the City of Belleville will entertain offers for private sector investment to modify and upgrade the Memorial Arena to modern day standards, and will receive bids for a period of, I'm looking for some, you know, this is, we're now into June, so you know, 30 days takes, I think that's maybe a little bit too rushed, but I would suggest 60 days takes us the end of July. We can have the ability for staff to review any submissions through the month of August, and then comes before council in September. In a public process, we can make a determination if we receive any offers of interest, and if not, then we move on to the next step. So I would make that motion to be for 60 days. And if I can just ask the clerk and Director Fleur and Mr. Kester, is that motion sufficient for what it is that we are intending to have brought forward? Modern day standards, is that?
I would, sorry, Madam Chair, through you to the Mayor, I would add to present day codes and legislated standards, please. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Need a second. As a ISIN facility.
So I'm going to have the clerk read back the motion, and then I'll call for a seconder to that motion.
And thank you to the chair, and I'll rely on Mayor Panchuk to correct me if I'm wrong. But right now I have that the City of Belleville will entertain private sector investment to modernize to present-day code and standards the Memorial Arena as an ice-in facility for a 60-day period, with staff then to evaluate submissions before presenting them to council for consideration.
Does that cover what you're looking for? Now I'm looking for a seconder to that motion. Councillor Kelly. Any discussion? Is there discussion? Councillor Sanderson?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, if I could ask the clerk just to read that first portion again.
Okay.
I'll do my best. So if I can, through the chair, just for all of council's, so that the City of Belleville is to entertain private sector investment, to modernize to present-day code and standard the Memorial Arena as an ice-in facility for a period of 60 days, with staff to then evaluate the submissions prior to presenting them to council for consideration. Okay?
Everybody clear with that motion? Any other discussion? Councillor Kelly? No? Anyone else? Okay, so we have a mover, a seconder. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion's carried. All right, I'm moving on to 8B10, the parade permit application. Parade permit application from Tushar Patel on behalf of, I'm sorry if I pronounce this incorrectly, Avadhat Parivar, Toronto. That the Tushar Patel on behalf of the Avadhat Parivar, Toronto application for the issuance of the parade permit to have a parade on Saturday, July 13th, 2019, assembling at 8:45 a.m. at the 48 Chelsea Crescent, Belleville, be approved in consultation with staff. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Culhane. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sanderson. Any discussion here? Councillor Sanderson?
Yeah, I raised this one as one of mine. I just wondered whether the neighbors in Caniff Mills have provided any feedback. I know that the report from Tanya goes a long way into terms of telling what they're going to do and what their past experience is, but I'm just trying to avoid a potential problem in terms of when the day arrives, if there has been or hasn't been some feedback from the neighbors, and also how it's been communicated.
I'll have the city clerk answer that for you.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson. So it has been circulated. We've had a couple of comments come back, just wondering if there will still be access maintained to Chelsea and Simcoe. Thank you. And the answer is yes. I spoke to the individual who's made the application today. They're still willing, if council has concerns, to change their route to allow increased access, so they'll shorten their route. They're certainly willing to work with staff in the city. They move their parade, or have been moving it around the province, so they're certainly willing to any suggestions from council and staff to make it work, as well as their neighbors in the community. So they're very, very flexible.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to certainly support this. They've done their homework. They're bringing it to Belleville. It's less than a 2-hour parade. They have hired police, and no alcohol. This is a good thing, and you know, we can never have enough parades, and maybe this is the beginning of something, so I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Culhane.
Thank you. Just a comment that it fits in beautifully with our inclusion committee goals.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor? Motion's carried. 8B11. Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board Memorandum of Understanding Manager of Economic and Strategic Initiatives Report Number ECDEV-2019-17, and the resolution reads that a bylaw to approve and authorize the 2019 to 2023 Memorandum of Understanding with the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board regarding the ongoing operation of the board be prepared for Council's consideration. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Millette. And Councillor Millette, I have you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to, for the record, I'm going to support the memorandum of understanding with Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board. I think they do phenomenal work on our behalf for municipal funding based on $1.55 per capita. I do, however, have a couple of quick questions. So if Mr. Stevenson could possibly approach the mic and answer my questions through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, if everyone is in favor of that, welcome, Mr. Stevenson.
Welcome. Yeah, quick question. On page 10 of your report, I noticed that you have Belleville Mat unknown, so that would be the portion of our funds that would provide funding once determined by council would be in a position to finalize the budget. However, Quinte West Mat is already at $138,750, and Bay of Quinte RMB will receive 50% of the Quinte West Mat. They have estimates there. Why are we seeing that Quinte West Mats, that's the figure? Could we not extrapolate something to give us a better number of what we might see judged on the number of hotel rooms, that sort of thing?
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Millette. The Quinte West Municipal Accommodation Tax and Belleville Municipal Accommodation Tax situations are both very different. Largely because in the city of Quinte West there wasn't a tax being implemented beforehand. So the city has approved that the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board would, as a not-for-profit tourism entity, receive 50% of their MAT funds. So from my position, where I understand it still remained to be determined through council how Belleville Municipal Accommodation Tax will be dispersed, I didn't feel it was appropriate to make any assumptions in this interim budget.
Yeah, I'd gathered that might have been your reasoning there. One other quick question. I notice marketing and operations, full disclosure, my wife does work for a radio station in this town. I notice that you have $10,800 and some odd $1,000 budget, but digital ads, QB events calendar, and all due respect to my fellow councillor, are we only dealing exclusively with Quinte Broadcasting, or do we use other?
You know, that's an excellent question through the chair to you, Councillor Millette. And, there is a representative of another organization who does radio in this room. And we actually have a meeting together in the coming weeks where we will be discussing potential work together.
I'm only asking in means of sharing the, we have more than one media outlet in town. And when I saw just one media organization named, I thought, well, let's hope that there's more than one at the table.
Well, if I could, as one last comment through the chair to Councillor Millette, if any Brighton folks are watching, they would know that their councillors have been asking the same question. So I believe it's a fair one.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Sanderson next.
And through you, Madam Chair, if I can ask Mr. Stevenson to stay at the mic.
You bet.
So Councillor Millette did touch on one of the questions I had, so I have two remaining. So the Quinte, and again, it's on page 10. So the Quinte Home Builders Association have in the past donated $5,000, but that's been discontinued. Did I read that correctly?
No, so I apologize. Oops, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Sanderson. I apologize if the wording isn't easily understood. So it used to be that we worked with the Quinte Home Builders Association on what we called a marketing builder program, where every new property that was developed and built, from each of those, money went into a pot, and was provided over to the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board to do resident attraction marketing. That has been discontinued. Their board has made a decision that moving forward, they will continue to fund the partnership to the tune of $5,000. Yeah.
Thank you. And the next question, the Quinte Accommodations and Attraction Association. The last statement on your comment is, it remains to be determined what could be received in addition to this amount, the $110,000, and whether the funding will be received from the city or QAAA or, and it's blank.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, perhaps that was cut off, and I apologize if that's the case. But the third "or" would be if there's a new accommodations association that's created.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Carr next.
I'm good for now.
Mayor Panchak.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCaw. Thanks, Mr. Stevenson, for coming today. So, so basically, from what I understand here, and I'm okay with the increases in the per capita basis, but just to clarify, you're asking for the per capita basis on the increased amount plus what we give the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board as a percentage of the municipal accommodation tax that we collect.
Through the chair to Mayor Panchak, I think what I'm presenting is, and when I was here making a presentation to council a few months ago, we were advocating on our own behalf to receive a portion of the municipal accommodation tax because we're recognized by Regional Tourism Organization 9 as the official destination marketing organization for the Bay of Quinte region. So further to your point, in an ideal world, yes. And when I was here presenting, I believe that same question was posed. And for us, it's a three-tiered answer. One is, and I think we can all agree with this, the current state of provincial funding is very much unknown right now. We saw, for example, the local health integration networks undergo a big change in recent weeks. So in an effort to continue to stabilize our organization, knowing that there's always the potential for municipal accommodation tax to disappear, we'd like to continue to grow investment in the per capita funding. Second would be 2 years ago when we were amalgamated, the Tourism and Living Councils came together and formed the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board. We had a dual mandate introduced. Tourism and resident attraction marketing. So further to the way the Municipal Act breaks down the municipal accommodation tax, it states that activities are only to be tourism related. So therefore, we're requesting to receive per capita funding from our municipal partners so we can continue resident attraction marketing. And then the third bullet to that answer would be to continue to be able to compete. So I often reference our neighbors to the east in Kingston. They will derive a municipal accommodation tax of somewhere between $3 and $3.5 million this year. That's in addition to the over $1 million that they receive at, I believe it's over $8 per capita for tourism marketing from the city. So they're going to have a budget of between $4 and $5 million. You know, even if the ideal world, at least for our organization, presents itself and we receive per capita funding and municipal accommodation tax, a portion thereof, we won't even reach $1 million. So in order to try and compete and to continue to grow this region like we did last year, 3.4% in accommodations, over $12 million in economic spending, that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah. Well, I'll speak to a manager post afterwards, but I would just say, Mr. Stevenson, that, I've been involved in the tourism industry since 1994 when I was with the Alberta Hotel Association, including a director and a vice chair of that organization. And since I've been involved with my company, the one thing I've learned is that in tourism, there's never enough money. That every organization is always looking for more. They have an insatiable appetite for it. And that's why, for example, in some cases, the Quinte Economic Development Commission is very strategic about not being involved in the tourism side, because it is something, once you get in, you just need a little bit more, you just need to move on a little bit. You know, I was anticipating that the municipal accommodation tax, you'll be getting a share of it. We've already agreed that 25% of the tax will go to the Bay of Quinte Tourism. The other 25% will go to the Quinte Accommodation partnership. You know, but I was looking at that as the funding source for to eliminate our per capita levy. I understand the need you have for administrative costs, and so we can work something like that. But you know, to go from whatever our amount was in the past, this year it's proposed to be $78,600. To go, but even if we used a figure of, you know, $125,000, it would take you almost to $200,000 a year from the city of Belleville. I appreciate, you know, you have an organization and you have more you want to do, but that's you know, too rich for my feeling. I'm going to ask, if I can, Manager Post, a question about if it's possible for us to, from the City of Belleville's perspective, to go with a one-year agreement on the MOU, just so that we can see what the initial establishment of the municipal accommodation tax is, and then use our levy at the $78,609 this year, and then be able to be in a position next spring while we're doing our budget about the remainder of the term.
Through the chair to Mayor Panchak. Certainly we can request a one-year memorandum of understanding through the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board. I believe the other members, we're anticipating commitment for a 4-year term, but certainly the city can request a 1-year term.
Okay, well, thank you. And just if I can finish up, Madam Chair, you know, look, I support what this organization has done. It's good. You know, I'm expecting that our accommodation sector is going to grow and be effective, and that's good. But I was also expecting it to take some pressure off Belleville taxpayers in terms of those things. So I would like to make the mover and the seconder on this is.
Councillor Culhane and
if they're amenable, I would suggest that we amend the motion to say for a 1-year term. And if they're not, then I would introduce that amendment. But that'll allow us to get a chance. So I see they've done. Okay, so you know, I'll support this on a 1-year trial basis so we can give it a go. This is not meaning that we're not going to support Bay of Quinte going forward. It just gives us a year to sort of catch our breath, see how this works. We'll fund them at the per capita basis, and then we'll see our income stream from the municipal accommodation tax directed. Next year, we'll be able to look at the actual numbers and make a decision for the remainder 3 years or whatever we decide. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions? Okay. So we'll vote on the motion as amended. And that's just the amendment for the 1-year term as opposed to 4. Okay. Any further discussion on that? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, so we're on to 8C, Council Information Matters. Council may adopt consent items by one motion, but prior to consideration of such motion, members may request that specific items be removed from consideration under such motion, and Council shall consider such items individually. And I'll start on this side with Councillor Kelly, please. Anything?
No, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
No, thank you.
Mayor Panchak?
No, thank you.
Councillor Millette?
No, thank you.
Councillor Sanderson?
No, thank you.
Councillor Williams?
No, thank you.
Councillor Culhane? You want them all? You want to talk about them all? Okay. All right. So, we'll just forget that and we'll move on to 8C1. Request support of the following letters of resolutions. Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, May 2nd, 2019 letter to the Minister of Finance from the town of Mono. Do you want A, B, and C, or just A at a time? Okay. Do we have to? So we'll start with 8C1A. Councillor Culhane.
My mic's off. Oh, sorry. It's a letter from Hanover. I'm too far forward? Oh. Okay, let's go to the IMP fund. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or UMP, is the province's main general assistance grant to municipalities. The town of Mono, since this grant has decreased from $598 million to $505 million between 2012 and 2019, are sending a letter objecting and asking the province to restore the levels. And I wonder, through the clerk, if we could not send a similar letter.
Through the chair to Councillor Culhane, certainly the City of Belleville can support our fellow municipalities, but confirmed with Treasury, the City of Belleville does not receive the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant and haven't for years, but certainly would not preclude us from supporting our municipal partners.
Okay, before we get any further, I need a mover and a seconder for that 8C1A. Do you want to move that, Councillor Culhane? Is there a seconder? Mayor Panchak? Okay. So moving on to 8. Okay, sorry, we need to vote on that motion, letter of support. All in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, so now we're on to 8C1B, Cuts to Ontario Library Services, May 6, 2019, resolution from the town of Hanover. Councillor Culhane, do I have a second? Mayor Panchak. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, a letter from Hanover objecting to the cuts to library services. And these cuts, particularly to people in the smaller areas, in the more rural areas, this is a vital service. And it absolutely made no sense for them to be cut back so severely and to disallow that type of delivery. And I, again, move that we follow their direction and send our own letter, since we did receive that cut. Right?
Any comments on that? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the provincial cut was actually to the Southern Ontario Library Service. And it was the Southern Ontario Library Service that decided to unfund the interlibrary loan program. So it wasn't a direct cut to that loan program. It was a decision of the Southern Ontario Library Service, that was the service that was going to be cut. In terms of the City of Belleville, and Councillor Culhane is correct, it's the smaller libraries that are impacted the most. We lended approximately 4,500 items out of the Belleville Public Library to other libraries, smaller libraries, and received approximately 2,200 to 2,300 items back. So clearly we are sending out more than we're receiving back. With the interlibrary loan program, it's actually 25 drivers driving collection items from libraries across Ontario, covering over 1 million kilometers. And so the government identified that as somewhat of an inefficient way of doing business. For Belleville Public Library ourselves, we're actually just had, at our last board meeting, had a discussion about how we could partner with some local libraries and do a smaller service. And if we could find an efficient way, would the province be willing to fund it? So again, capitalizing on the fact that the province is looking for efficient ways of running a program. So that is in its infancy stage. Myself, as I've mentioned this before, and CAO Pross have reached out to MPP Todd Smith's office, and our hope is to have a meeting at some point just to have a discussion in terms of the impact. So I certainly, appreciate the resolution here, and for small libraries that are struggling just with simple infrastructure costs, let alone collections, it is a big issue. The other thing I want to point out is in this year's library budget, we actually, and it was Councillor Thompson who really emphasized this at the library board, to increase the funding in our circulation. So we have made a deliberate attempt to increase circulation funding, and as a result, that's more circulation items for our library. With the thought being is we will not need to rely on the interlibrary loan unless there's those really unique collection items that we don't have. But we're doing our part in order to increase that, because our circulation is up approximately 5% year over year, which is very healthy. So the board is doing deliberate maneuvers, if you will, in order to ensure that our community and the surrounding area gets the service it needs.
Great explanation. Thank you.
All right, if there's no other discussion or questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Motion's carried. 8C, 1C, opposition to Bill 108, the More Homes, More Choice Act, May 14th, 2019 resolution from the Town of Aurora. Councillor Culhane, do I have a seconder? Mayor Panchak, Councillor Culhane.
Thank you. This is a letter to the Honourable Doug Ford from the Town of Aurora regarding abolishing the Ontario Municipal Board, replacing it with the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, which received unanimous all-party support. And now Bill 108 will once again revert us back to the Ontario Municipal Board function. And this is a letter of opposition to that move, and I would move that we also support this letter.
Mayor Panchak.
Thank you, and I'm going to support this. I think we were all very happy in Ontario when the former OMB was abolished and replaced with the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal. And this new process has just got its first legs. It just started. And it was designed to allow local municipalities and municipal councils to have more direction in the future development of their communities. Whereas in the past, we found that the Ontario Municipal Board didn't always respect the decisions of the local policy process. And it doesn't mean that you can no longer have good planning reasons, but it just meant that council was able to make a determination and be accountable for it. The decision by the province to reintroduce the OMB portion, I think, is a step backwards. I want to see local decision making from a planning point of view maintained in the city of Belleville, and that's why I'll support this resolution.
All right, any other discussion? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, with that, I believe it's Rise and Report. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Carr. Are all in favor?
Thank you very much, Councillor McCaw, and thank you for all the filling in you did for me this month as the Mayor of the Month. Appreciate it, and we'll look forward to Councillor Sanderson starting here shortly. Okay, so we're now going to move to bylaws. Councillor Williams has declared a conflict on 2019-104, so with everyone's consent, I'll separate that so that we can consider it separately and respect that conflict. So can I have, for first reading of bylaw number 2019-104, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Sanderson, all in favor. Second reading and bylaw 2019-104 and discussion. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Culhane. Any discussion on this one? No, and all in favor? It's carried. Third and final reading of bylaw number 2019-104, moved by Councillor McCaw, seconded by Councillor Sanderson. All in favor? It's carried. We'll just get Councillor Williams back in. Here he comes. Thank you. So we have a first reading of bylaws 2019-101, -102, -103, -105, -106, -107, -108, and -109. First reading of those bylaws moved by Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Kelly. All in favor? It's carried. Second reading of bylaws and discussion on 2019-101, 102, 103, 105, 106, 107, and 108. Councillor McCaw.
Thank you. I'd like to pose an amendment to 2019-106, if I could.
Okay.
And that's the bylaw to amend bylaw number 2019-02, being a bylaw to appoint members of boards, committees, and special committees. I'd like to amend this bylaw.
Can I just hold that thought for just one quick second? I'm just going to ask about procedure. Okay. If I can ask Director McDonald, do we separate that and deal with the other ones, or do we deal with them all at once? Okay. So I'm going to deal with them separately. So if you can, so we're going to pull 106 from those packages. So it's going to be 101, 102, 103, 105, 107, and 108. I'm going to ask for anyone else on, because we pulled 106. We're going to discuss it in a short moment. Does anyone else have any other bylaws they want to pull out of that group? So we're on second reading. I'll call the question for second reading for those bylaws. All in favor? It's carried. So 2019-106 is on the floor. Councillor McCaw, thank you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry?
I would like to amend that bylaw.
So I'm sorry. I made a mistake here.
Okay.
Oh, for the other motions, I need a mover and a seconder for the ones that we just passed. So moved by Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Sanderson. All in favor? It's carried. Councillor McCaw, I apologize for interrupting you. You're moving. I'll get it on the floor with a motion. So you're moving it, seconded by Councillor Culhane. A bylaw to amend bylaw number 2019-02, being a bylaw to appoint members to boards, committees, and special committees, the EDDC. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you. So I would like to amend this bylaw to replace Mr. Gushewitz with Edgerton Boyce. After last meeting, it was abundantly clear from the chair that there was some confusion around that motion. I think Councillor Thompson expressed it mostly, that he was in favor of the fact that we, he had preferred to have Councillor Boyce on this committee. However, he also at the same time had no problem with the changing of the chair. So because the motion was really to, when in fact probably we should have split that motion up, I felt that there was some confusion. And with that, that's the reason that I would like to amend the motion to remove Mr. Gushewitz and add Edgerton Boyce back to this committee. Edge Boyce, really, I mean, he's an upstanding citizen. He's done great work. He's innovative. He's been great on the Green Task Force. He was great at active transportation. He was actually a member of the Business Retention and Expansion Committee for several years. I think it predated my years even being there. He's quite respected and known for his integrity and his honesty. I would also say that he really wasn't involved in any other member's campaign other than his own. I would also suggest that he isn't really remotely living near any committee member as well. So for that reason, among the other ones I have said, I would like to amend this, and I would remove Mr. Gushewitz with Edgerton Boyce. And it's not to say that Mr. Gushewitz can't come to the committee with a deputation or suggestions and offer his expertise. It's open. I mean, it's open for community engagement. It's not as though we're limiting him from coming to be engaged. but he can come and be engaged at the request of all committee members at that point. So that's my reasoning behind it, and I would look to see if
Okay.
I could have some support
Thank
for
you.
that.
And I'm just going to ask for everyone's moment. I want to just consult with the clerk on procedure to make sure that we follow this correctly, please. Is there a seconder for the motion, for the amendment? Councillor Culhane seconded. Just to let everybody know that what I was consulting with the clerk about is that the amendment is in order. We can deal with it, but my concern here, particularly with an even number of councillors, is that if on a if the amended motion was considered altogether and it were to fail either by vote or on a tie, then the motion dies and the committee is not to be constituted. So I'm going to consider this as an amendment separately. We will discuss the amendment, which is the replacement of Mr. Gusewitz with Mr. Boyce, and we'll vote on the amendment, and then we will deal with the amended motion or the original motion, depending what happens. So does everyone understand that? Okay. So Councillor McCaw, because you've made the motion, there could be a situation where it could be considered as a friendly amendment, and that means the motion would automatically be amended already. But I don't think that's productive for what we're trying to do, because if the amended motion was to fail, then the bylaw is not approved, which means that the committee is not established, is not struck, and it would require a reconsideration motion to come back, so which requires the six votes. So by separating it as a separate thing, we'll have a vote on the amendment, and if the amendment fails, then we go back to the original motion. If the amended passes, then we would have an amended bylaw that we would then be considering. So I'm just trying to do that because I'm concerned particularly with the fact that there are only 8 of us here this evening. So so the amendment is on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Millette.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to be supporting this. I spoke originally. I have no idea why that we're at the bylaw stage. We're revisiting this. We've all gone over the merits of the committee appointees. It got ugly the last time, frankly. I just have one question for my colleague. In your statement, you mentioned that Mr. Boyce doesn't live anywhere near any of the committee members. What's the illusion, and what does the person's address have to do with his appointment to this?
So we're under debate. I'll allow Councillor McCaw to answer at the end, but is that the rest of your submission, Councillor Millett? Thank you. I've got Councillor Williams next on the queue.
I just hope there's this much passion when we get the committee started, which I'm looking forward to tonight. Listen, just a couple comments on this. Why Mr. Gusewitz was brought on this is because he has a business, a tech business downtown Belleville. We have 52 vacancies. It's time that we want to build this, and so we have members that are bringing this. Nothing against Mr. Boyce personally. We've been over this debate. I'm not going to belabor it, but the fact that we're going and around, I don't think, just like Mr. Millett has said, this doesn't set a good precedent. We've had the debate. I'm looking forward to getting to the committee and getting to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, you're next on the list.
Thank you, Mayor Panchak. We are skating close to petty politics. The thing I heard was originally that it was confusion with another member who's not here. So in fairness to that member, we shouldn't be putting words in his mouth. And so that's the first argument I heard with the amendment, is another councillor was confused. Not that The councillor bringing the amendment was confused, but another member. The second thing I heard was based on election support. That is a dangerous game to play, and I don't think people should be playing it. You start playing it, it's going to get dirty fast. The third thing, where they live does not matter. As far as I'm concerned, we need to be getting the best people to do the jobs that we're asking them to do. And we want all citizens to be involved. So picking an address is irresponsible, and it's petty politics, and we're getting into dangerous territory. Thank you.
Right, on debate. Councillor Culhane.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not quite as passionate as the two previous speakers, but I do mean what I say. I spent 8 years working with Edge Boyce. I have great respect for him. I think he would bring wisdom and experience and ideas and support to this committee. Mr. Gutzowitz, I have met. He's a lovely young man. I just don't see that they are in any way equal in terms of experience. And had that motion been split, I would have supported Edge at that time. And that's where I stand.
All right, Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Mayor Panchik. So I supported leaving at the last meeting. I supported meeting Councillor Kelly as the chair and ex-Councillor Boyce on the committee. And that's not what occurred. It was a close vote. But my rationale for supporting Mr. Boyce was that he ran for mayor and he received over 3,000 votes. So there's 3,000 people in this community that thinks he's capable of being the mayor of this community. So for me, all of the candidates were good, but for me, it wasn't a stretch to think that he could add value to this committee. And so that's the reason I supported him then, and I will support him again today.
Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was, I guess, caught right in the middle of this 2 weeks ago when this committee and the change in the chair, and I think there was, the motion could have been a little stronger, or maybe two motions for that. I just want to make kind of allude to what Councillor Sanderson said. Edgerton Boyce, 15 years. He's got a strong background in the city. And I know Councillor Millett is disregarding that, and that's not fair to Edgerton Boyce. We talk about, there was a comment made that his business sense. Well, a guy that was at this exact table for 15 years, that dealt with budgets well over $100 million, you can't take that lightly. I think he's got a strong sense of what's happening in this community. And when you build committees, you build from the outside, you bring them together, you hope they work well. And I think Edgerton Boyce has something to offer.
Thank you. So everyone's spoken. I'm going to speak and I'll allow you to speak last, Councillor McCaw. Just very, very quickly, I recommended Councillor Boyce to be on this committee because I felt that he had a contribution to make to the city. Certainly last term, his work with the Green Task Force, with the Transit Committee, with the Transportation Committee, a number of other committees demonstrated a good understanding of the way that the corporation of the City of Belleville conducted themselves. I think that, as pointed out, he was a candidate in the last election. And on election night, when I met with Mr. Boyce, when he came to offer my congratulations, I told him that, he had a role still to play for the City of Belleville, that there's a contribution that he can make. And I promised him that I would help with that. I wanted him to do it, and I did. Unless it's a point of order, Councillor Millett, we've recognized everybody on the speaking, and Councillor McCaw is going to speak next, and she'll wrap things up. As I said, I had promised him that I would try to find a way to involve himself. Unfortunately, Councillor Boyce former Councillor Boyce only applied for the Police Service Board, and we needed former Councillor Miller to be on that committee. to represent the citizens. Former Councillor Boyce also applied for the Transportation Committee and was not recommended by that committee. And I recommended him for this committee then. So I will be supporting it. I think he has a lot to contribute to the city, and I'll be voting in favor. Councillor McCaw, it's your motion. I'm going to allow you to speak last, and then we'll have a vote.
Thank you. I have little left to say other than to, again, bring forward the concept that past Councillor Boyce does have something to contribute. He is so well respected in this city. He has done so much for this city. He has put his name forward. We have a ton of business sense at that table with Councillor Williams by himself. I have business sense myself. If we need more business advice, we can bring these people to the table. We have the option to bring forward Mr. Gitschewitz, Quinnovation, whoever. We can bring them there. We can invite them there. We do these invitations with all of our committees, including our Inclusion Committee. So, you know, I don't see what the point is. At this point, we can have Mr. Gitschewitz come if we need him, but it could be at the call of all committee members. So in saying that, you know, I'm going to stand firm. I believe there was some confusion. I sat in that chair, and I was the chair, and I saw confusion. So to put words in someone's mouth, I'm not. I sat there and I saw it, and it was brought up to me. I even leaned over to that clerk and asked him, is there something we can do about this at this time? And there was nothing we could do at the time. After Councillor Thompson basically had asked at that point if it could change. He didn't mean to vote that way, and there was nothing that could be done. So to say that I am putting words in his mouth is absolutely not true. Anybody can refer back to the last the live feed from the last meeting, and they can see for themselves Councillor Thompson's comments. That is the reason I'm bringing it forward, because I feel the spirit of that whole motion. It should have been 2 motions, not 1. And that's why I'm standing here today, asking for the replacement of Edgerton Boyce.
Recorded vote, please.
So the motion on the floor, and we've asked for recorded votes, so we'll have it. The motion on the amendment on the motion on the floor is an amendment, and the amendment is that Chad Gusewitz be replaced by Edgerton Boyce. So we're voting just on the amendment. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. Go ahead.
Councillor McCaw?
Yes.
Councillor Sanderson?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Culhane?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor Millett?
No.
Mayor Panchuk?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So the motion is now amended. So we have the amended motion on the floor. Anyone want to discuss the amended motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of the amended motion? It's carried. Third and final reading of bylaws 2019-101, 102, 103, 105, the amended 106, 107, and 108. Move to get that third reading. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Culhane. All in favor? It's carried. New business. I have a couple items just to deal with from a housekeeping point of view. First of all, we dealt with the parade earlier, and with apologies from the organization helping with the Pride parade, they weren't aware they had to have it in. The process has changed this year. So with the consent of council, they would like to have a parade on June the 8th, leaving from the Empire Square and completing at West Swick Park. With the consent of council, I'll introduce this, that resolution that the Pride Belleville application for the issuance of a parade permit to have a parade on June 8, 2019, assembling at 12 p.m. at Empire Square and completing at 12:30 p.m. at West Swick Park be approved subject to organizers providing evidence of the required insurance in consultation with staff. Can I get this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Millette, seconded by Councillor McCaw. Just so you know, all the information with the exception of that insurance permit is in, and they apologize for it. Any discussion on this? I'll call the question. All in favor? It's, I need more. All in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Second item is just sort of like an information item. General Manager Joe Reid has given me some exciting news that TSN is having the craft event in Belleville. If you recall, our Field of Abilities received funding from Craft Canada, and they would like to host a community event here in Belleville to celebrate our Project Play Win with the Field of Ability. As I said, TSN and Craft donated $250,000 to the project, and they wish to have a live coast-to-coast broadcast, which will be here from West Zwicks Park. They said there will be TSN broadcast personalities on site who will be covering the Women's FIFA World Cup from, which is, where is the World Cup being played this year, the women's? In France. So they will cover it live from Belleville, and they will have a barbecue and an organizing event. I just bring this up because I've asked that an application be sent to the grant committee to waive the use of the park to allow them to host it on our site. It's going to be tight. I'm going to ask if it's with the consent of council that we refer this to the grant committee without the standard application form be filled out, so they can deal with it at their meeting the first week of June, and then have it to council for the June 10th meeting, and so that we can give approval. The other option we have is to just approve it out right now, but there is a process that we should follow. It'll be tight, but the grant committee can consider this. I'm not anticipating anyone will have any concerns, but those were the two items of new business I wanted to raise. Anyone else have any new business? Councillor Millette.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you if I could, to our treasurer, Ms. Hines. Oh, and by the way, can we get her a plaque?
Yes, it's coming. Absolutely.
Ms. Hines, I'm sure, as you may have been apprised by now, the Premier announced earlier today that he's going to roll back on his earlier decision to make funding cuts to the province, particularly in the area of childcare, public health, and EMS, which, of course, are services outside our purview, but for which we pay. Could you just address that and the fact how it may affect us? And as well, I haven't heard anything, but there may be some misunderstanding out there as to our previous small tax increase and whether or not this will affect it in any way, shape, or form for those who don't understand why we came to our earlier decision.
Councillor Millette and members of council. So this effectively cancels the funding cuts that were announced earlier by the province this spring. So the in-year cost sharing adjustments referred to in the letter that we received today from the province apply to programs delivered by our municipal service providers, specifically Hastings Prince Edward Health Unit and Hastings County EMS and childcare. So this announcement, it's great news for 2019, as it essentially means that the costs passed on to our partners after our municipal budgets were passed have been deferred. So I note that while there's no impact on our 2019 operating budget or on the tax bills, this is due primarily because the municipal service partners had yet to pass these costs on to us. So, but I mean, this is short-lived. This is effective for 2019, and I'd look at this as a deferral rather than the end of the story. So we'll certainly need to prepare for future funding cuts.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Millette.
Thank you.
Anyone else for new business items? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to commend staff for the work they're doing, and I know that there's some announcements today on the flooding and specifically around pop-ups. And I know that a contingency was in place for three that you mentioned this morning, three of the pop-ups to go to Riverside, and but we were left with one that wasn't. And the premise of this whole pop-up project was that we're activating our waterfront, and that we have waterfront businesses that are there. And the one that is left out right now is cruising canoes, and they have, of course, the waterfront. Now, I understand that the problem isn't that we have enough waterfront. It's the fact that we're running out of land. So that's kind of the premise about what we're working at. But really what I'd like to ask Director Fleur just to comment on to start is how are we, and this is very important to me, how are we working with this operator? You know, if we lose this operator, and that's been hinted right now that this operator might not be operating this summer, it's going to be hard for us to get another one and to entice it. It's just similar to me to having a business downtown or having someone else leave. We're just in the beginning stages, the pilot, precarious stage of waterfront, and because of a lot of different reasons, not always all our fault, we might lose this important pop-up. So just to, maybe I can get Director Fleur to comment on what the next steps are. I know that wasn't talked about in this morning's press conference, and perhaps what we're actually doing to make sure we continue that.
So if I can just, I'm going to ask actually Manager Post to come up and just talk about the process about developing contingency plans, and then I'll ask Director Fleur to discuss, because cruising canoe specifically is on the water, and that his portfolio, he can speak to that issue. Manager Post, thank you. You heard the question, so just can you give a little bit of background for the members of council and the public about what happened to determine contingency plans and what you and your staff did?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. So as you know, we had planned on 4 pop-ups in Victoria Park. Everybody's been very excited about them activating our waterfront for this year because of the floodwaters. A couple of weeks ago, a group of staff and the operators of the pop-up shops met to talk about some contingency plans because it did look likely that Victoria Park was not going to be an option for those pop-up shops moving forward. With the help of staff, we identified a location at West Riverside Park where 3 of the 4 pop-up shops could locate. Of course, the one pop-up that would not suit Riverside Park was cruising canoes, and they were not able to relocate there. So staff have been working to find a location for cruising canoes, but I'll leave it to Director Fleur to provide additional comment on that.
Thank you. Director Fleur, can you speak just about what may be some options or what we can do with respect to our, as Councillor Williams said, the expanding waterfront?
Certainly, Your Worship, and we all work together with Manager Post in this process from day one, Joe and myself and all others, in terms of developing contingency planning and looking at options. So in doing that, we looked at the situation that the cruising canoes got into because of that assessment and how we went through the role and responsibility of each one. One of the things they said very clearly at the very beginning is they wanted to stick together, and we had a meeting where we brought everybody together and developed a Plan B, and in doing so, there was a distinct concern expressed by all that they worked together. However, now that we've had this unfortunate 2019 high water event, we are now in a situation that predicates that we really need to look at a more detailed option that does look at them splitting. So staff today from our department and as well as TOS and economic development walked around and looked at various options moving forward, and we think we have an option for consideration, which we would like to vet a little more detail tomorrow, but we believe that we can keep cruising canoes in Belleville, as stated before, and it's been made clear to us by the operator that if we lose his business this year, perhaps we may lose him permanently to a competing community, and that's something we're working very hard to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams, does that satisfy you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Anyone else for new business items? No, I have one more piece. You know, it's a privilege, it's a pleasure actually, to be able to recognize long-term employees. And today we're able to recognize Director Fleur on 10 years with the City of Belleville as a director. And as is customary on these big occasions, I have a present for him to recognize this milestone. It's a wonderful watercolor. I don't know if it's watercolor, but it's a wonderful painting of downtown Belleville. It's actually from the waterfront. It's a winter skating picture. You'll see it in a moment with City Hall in the background. I think it's very appropriate considering Director Fleur's responsibilities. And it's my pleasure to congratulate him and to present him with this picture. All right, motions. We have a motion by Councillor McCaw. Councillor McCaw.
Thank you, Mayor Panchak. At this time, I'm going to rescind my motion if I could. After review of the minutes from the last meeting, I believe our Code of Conduct review with the Integrity Commissioner should suffice what I was hoping to achieve. So if I could, I'd like to rescind it at this time.
So I think the term we'll use is withdraw.
Withdraw.
That way the motion has never been brought before Council, and if you wish in the future to bring it back, there are no reconsideration requirements. So the motion is simply withdrawn.
Thank you.
Notice of motions. Does anyone else have any notice of motions? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor Panchak. I have two. The first one, and I'll get copies to the clerk, that bylaw 2019-48, the procedure bylaw, be amended to add under Part 3, 3.4, attendance at special events, business meetings. And Section 1 reads that council member attendance at special events, business meetings where there's concern for quorum and business of the city may be materially advanced shall be determined as follows. Number 1, mayor. 2, councillor, acting mayor of the month. 3, councillor, chair of committee that aligns to the meeting purpose. And 4, councillor, member of committee that aligns to the meeting purpose.
Right.
The second notice of motion is that staff develop an information flow protocol between the executive management team and members of council.
All right. Can I just ask that you be more specific on that second one when you submit it to the clerk, just so that we...
By the time it hits the council floor, I will have lots of detail for council.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I'd like the motion that people can consider over the weekend to have that information.
Explain it?
If you want to, yeah, sure, go ahead now, so at least we understand.
Yeah, and so we'll certainly debate it, but what I'm looking for is some protocols as to how information is distributed to members of council and the types of information. We've had some emerging issues that have come up. Council needs to be advised at the same time, all of us at the same time, and different issues, and there's some in-camera items that we may have to be briefed on, but don't necessarily have to take decision on. So along that lines,
good, thank
but
you.
An actual protocol.
Mr. Kester, does that give you enough to work on in terms of okay, good. All right. Any other motion, notice of motions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and this one has to deal with the concern again of the flooding on Victoria, and again being pilot and making sure we're spending money that's already been committed wisely. Whereas we have had flooding for 2 years now and 3 on the waterfront, and we have monies already committed for pop-ups for year 2. I'd like to have a motion that a report come to council that looks both at the money to update Victoria Park to be flood resistant or make it a little more flood friendly if we're going to continue this project for years to come. And number 2, to look at the money that's already been allocated for pop. I want a report to say if that, because we've been delayed, can that be spent, or should we be holding that money until we're satisfied that this isn't going to happen for a couple of years down the road.
Okay.
And I'll submit that to the clerk.
Yeah, I'm not trying to debate. Can you just, that last part about the budget funding, just so that I can understand. So you're suggesting that if we might change how we proceed with this year's pop-ups?
And I think the report would state from staff, if money's not already been committed because we've delayed everything, I think it's worth looking as a debate whether we hold that money off for another year and reallocate it somewhere else, or if that would go to perhaps to more flood control upgrades so that we're not seeing this problem again next year.
So again, just to if you can help me clarify, my understanding is the funding that the $150,000 that we've allocated has all been for capital costs. I don't believe there are operational costs.
No, and that report would say whether that money's been spent. So
okay, thank you. Okay, sort of like I understand now. Thank you. Any other notices, motions while we're at it? So okay, announcements. Anyone have announcements? Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Just one, the Eastminster United Church is generously donating 16 ceramic copies to the Belleville Public Library, and this is to honor the upcoming 75th anniversary of D-Day. There will be a brief ceremony tomorrow at the library at 12:30. Councillor Thompson, who's the Vice Chair of the Library Board, will be there for the presentation, but if people are available, tomorrow at 12:30 at the library.
Anyone else for announcements on that side of the table? My left side, your right? No? All right, well, I have a few announcements. First, I want to just announce that I received a very nice letter from Skip, from Beaver to Seavers. If you recall, in about a month ago, we had a visit from a gentleman from Vermont, from Grafton, Vermont, helping us deal with the beavers along Hague Road, and he just commented about how nice it was to meet with everyone from the City of Belleville, including General Manager Joe Reid and all his staff. It was well attended, the event, and he's hoping that it will be very, very good going forward. I took a look at, well, actually, what he does say, and I think it's important to say that, in 24 years in business, I have worked all over North America and in Europe. I have never been treated with more kindness than I was when I was in Belleville. Joe Reid was a wonderful host, and his crew were helpful and impressive. All the best from Skip. He predicts that we will be a shining example for everyone in Canada as we try to deal with coexisting with beavers. And I had an opportunity this morning to look at his work on Hague Road, and it looks very good. And we're continuing that. I'm also pleased to announce that city employee Joanne Mooring, who is a bus driver and also a member of the Apollo Barbell Club, there is an article in the May 2nd edition of the Community Press. She took first place in the women's 55 age group for a total lift of 92 kilograms at the Canadian Masters Weightlifting Championships held in St. Thomas in April. And we're proud of all of our employees, but particularly those that are able to compete nationally, and represent us oh so well. I would like to thank everyone who made the first annual Mayor's Week for the Arts possible. This past Wednesday, May 22nd to May 26th was a huge success for arts in our community. The week started with the Mayor's Concert for the Arts, and I was blown away by the Quinte Symphony's performance at the Empire Theatre. They are such a talented group of musicians, and I was honored to expose their talents to Belleville through this first ever Empire Theatre concert. Thank you to the Quinte Symphony and the Empire Theatre for putting on such a tremendous show. I was also honored to host many artists and the arts community supporters at the Mayor's Arts Celebration Luncheon this past Friday at Capers Restaurant. It was an opportunity to thank the arts organizations in our community that do so much and to showcase the various forms of arts that we have. The Arts in Plein Air Festival, organized by the Quinte Arts Council, was also a huge success, and it was wonderful seeing so many talented artists painting outside, in and around the Belleville area. I was fortunate to attend the welcoming ceremony and the awards presentation, and I would like to congratulate all of the artists who took part in this great event. The annual Art Fest took place this past Saturday, and I appreciate Councillor McCaw introducing the Quinte Symphony for their children's concert, another great event celebrating the arts and encouraging children to get creative. Overall, the Mayor's Week for the Arts was a successful showcase of many different art forms and mediums, and I look forward to next year's events already. The Bay of Quinte water levels are still continuing to rise, and we urge residents to use proper precautions. Belleville residents concerned with water levels around their homes are encouraged to contact the City of Belleville Operational Services customer line at 613-967-3275 and provide their name, phone number, and the residential property of concern. City staff will assess and determine the needs of the property. With the high water levels and current rainfall conditions, residents can expect surface water ponding. We encourage people to exercise extreme caution along the shoreline. Fast-moving water and cold temperatures are safety risks, as well as contaminated water concerns. Residents are advised to take the necessary precautions to protect their property, including ensuring sump pumps are working and belongings are removed from basement floors and put away for safekeeping. Since the last meeting, we've had a few significant events. I was able to, with city staff, have a tour of the new HEXO facility on College Street East. The first phases are $27.5 million worth of work, and it is truly an impressive facility. I was also able to, last Saturday, cut the cake at Market Square to celebrate the spring arrival for the farmers market. We also had a sad occasion, but it really was a celebration of life for Doc Vaughn, the former doctor, business person, and owner of the Belleville Bulls. It was a wonderful tribute at the Quinte Sports and Wellness Center for a man who did so much for Belleville, and that we're grateful that he chose our community to call home. I was also present with councillors Culhane and McCaw for a pride flag raising at the Quinte Sports and Wellness Center. And then lastly, I have a few proclamations today. First, I would like to proclaim the week of June 1st to June 8th as Pride Week in the city of Belleville. I would also like to proclaim June 21st as Aidan Riel Day in the city of Belleville in memory of Aidan's birthday and his long, hard battle with brain cancer. June 3rd to 9th, 2019 is Parachute Kids Safety Week in Ontario, and I would like to proclaim this week in Belleville as well. And lastly, I would like to proclaim June as Seniors Month in the city of Belleville. Confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 2019-110, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held on May 27th, 2019, be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 27th day of May, 2019. Moved by Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Sanderson. All in favor? It's carried. A motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Millette. All in favor? It's carried.